Good evening. It's a Thursday night stream. How about that? How is everyone doing this fine evening? I can tell you how I'm doing. My calves hurt. I have absolutely zero idea why. That's my opening gambit for today. I'm old. My body hurts. How on earth has that happened? I mean, I'm guessing it's because I've probably walked. That's it. My fault for trying to do something like vaguely healthy. But no, otherwise we're all good. Hopefully we're in store for a great evening tonight. We have got the last 8 games of the season. We currently sit in the European places in our first season in the Bundesliga, which is incredible. Very, very much unexpected. And so here we come down to the business end of the season, the final stretch, the final countdown.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Look, Ma, bless you very much. Resubscribe for 2 months. That's when you've been subscribed for 3 months. Incredible stuff. You absolute gentleman. Now let's say hello to
statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
And DM Basis with 5 gift subs right off the top. That's a gift sub to Hamiz AVFC, a sub to Sean Does FM, a sub to Thempt, a sub to Valky, and a sub to Eddie0843. You absolute gentlemen. What a cracking start to stream. I haven't even had a chance to say hello properly. Let's say hello to
statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Look, Ma, incredible. That's gift subscriptions to Soskers, to Renaissance, to Domino Rhino, to Winter Soldier 2814. There's been 2,813 Winter Soldiers before him. And to Malov. What an incredible.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Necrosis as well, coming in with the Prime. You only get one of those. You are an absolute gentleman. Subscribe for 3 months. I'm getting the feeling that you don't want me to say hello to people in chat. This is a very, 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 very kind way to start the evening. The pressure is now on to deliver, really, isn't it? We can't start the stream that way and not secure European football now. But let's get around and actually say hello to Blue Lions. First in this evening, excited for the stream. Lovely to see you, my dude. Neutral Normie is in. It's been an exhausting week, but the weekend is barely 2 days away. And, you know, ultimately, Fridays don't really count. So the weekend started now, as far as I'm concerned. Welcome in, my dudes. Zerachul is in on another food coma, hopefully.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
On a needle. Bill Houdini, thank you very much for the subscription. That's 3 months for you as well. What an absolute diamond. You are a star. But we also have Zerachul on another food coma. I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. We've got a little bit of Jonsu in as well. Unfortunately, should have been at a concert tonight. Sorry to hear that, my man. Hopefully, though, it means next time you'll be first in line. As soon as the concert's announced, you're just going to be in there like a shot. Maybe become the touts that spoil the experience for everyone else. You can be the one. Just hold up all the tickets. DM Basis is in. DM Basis has got 1 day left to go before he's on holiday next week. Awesome. I'd say I'm jealous, but I'm unemployed at the moment. So actually, technically, I suppose every week's a holiday. Now, you were saying maybe next week, how about some daytime streams? And let me tell you, I haven't committed to anything yet, but there may be something planned next week. Adam is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sire? Lovely to see you. We've got Koku's Melsh in. It's the degree deadline is creeping up. It's creeping up. Feel like progress is slow. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's about writing everything down. So learning new things is much more interesting than trying to compile it into a massive summary. That is absolutely fair. Definitely the worst part of any form of education is actually having to then regurgitate it, which I completely and utterly understand. Who else do we have? I did see a little bit of Crudmo. Crudmo is back. Welcome in, my dude. Currently arguing for the greatness of the 80s, which I understand. There might be a little bit of bias there, but you know, I am 80s neutral, I will say. 80s neutral. We've got Medical Carbon. We've got Nick Crosis in, obviously. We've got Bill Houdini in as well. We've got 4N71574 Arwin. Lovely to see you, my dude. Adam is old. His body hurts as probably will be on the gravestone when the fateful day comes. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I've kind of got used to the idea of the body just deciding to give up on random mornings. So, you know, I suppose this is how it is from here. But at the same time, it's always something I don't expect hurting. Let's see. I did see someone over on YouTube, so I do apologise. Let me say hello. It's Liam. Liam, welcome in, Liam. How you doing? Lovely to see you, my man. So Lukmar just shouts, you don't get to do the intro. I don't. Let's be fair. That intro was probably the best intro I've done so far because I didn't have to speak for most of it. It's perfect. So this is a stream where we all just turn up and listen to Ray Hudson, right? Exactly. That's the way we've got to do it. So Johnson says the last time he did that with the making sure you get in with the tickets early was being about 100,000th in the queue for the Oasis reunion. That's a fair experience. Right, so there are concepts of a plan for next week. There are concepts of a plan. There are figments of ideas. There is the possibility of maybe of something potentially, who knows. We will keep it as vague as possible. So Zerchel says, soon we'll start Googling old coaches and epic outfits. It will be glorious. That would be glorious. Right, so DM Basis currently has no plan outside of video games, takeaways, and mini painting. So some form of stream activity would be cool, marvellous. I mean, to be honest, that sounds like an amazing set of plans anyway. Video games, takeaways, and mini painting. I don't know if you actually need anything more, to be honest. So Crudmo wants daytime streams only on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or Fridays. It's interesting. We've got... So what I will say is that I want to keep to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday evening schedules, which would mean that it's likely to be Tuesdays and Thursday daytimes is the thought at the moment, and something a little bit new. Jabbits is in. Welcome in, Jabbits. How you doing, my dude? Lovely to see you. Bill Houdini, day drinking in the office, doing lines before client meetings. Doesn't get better than that. That is a day. That is a day.
The statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Adam, bless you kindly. That's a gift subscription. You guys have broken the gift subscriptions. I can only see 2 of them on my lovely little chatting face right now. That's a gift subscription to B.Can, to Mr. Tuna Fish. Now I need to look at my laptop for the rest. That's one to Aldi Lingo 03, Willie Bow, and Astrofoot. You absolute gentlemen. Absolute gentlemen. All of you. Right, shall we get caught up with what exactly is going on in the save? Let's head on over and see where things are at the moment. So we are currently in 7th. We're in 7th because as I advance the stream to the next game, RB Leipzig have played one more game. So they have just this moment jumped above us by 1 point, courtesy of a recent draw. But we sit 4 points ahead of 8th, which is the important bit. That's the cut-off for European competition. We are in the driving seat right now. Incredibly, with 8 games remaining, we've only lost 4 games so far this season. We absolutely honked at Hoffenheim. We were destroyed by Dortmund. We were losers at Leipzig and lashed at Leverkusen. We have 2 of those teams left to play again. We've got a game coming up shortly. We're about 4 games away against Bayer Leverkusen. Hoffenheim to end the season as well. So nothing is particularly guaranteed right now. But things are looking all right. Last stream, last night, we did okay ourselves. We beat Köln. We lost heavily to Leipzig. We drew disappointingly to Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg, that's what they're now going to be called. And then we won our last 3 games. A solid win against Augsburg, and absolute thrashings of Heidenheim and local rivals Eintracht Frankfurt. Things are looking good. And now what that means is that we saved the game, we exited out, and we've come back tonight, which means that we've reset the luck modifier. So this could be a very, very tough run in now. We might have fucked it by stopping, but that's part of the charm, right? So Bill Houdini, no man, I described the 90s. Okay, that is a fair description of the 90s, arguably the 2000s and the 2010s as well. I just thought it was a good morning. I mean, let's face it, if that was your work day, that wouldn't be the worst in the world. So Crubmo says there will be no FM tonight. It's just going to be full Ray Hudson all the way through, which quite possibly. Milson is in. Welcome in, my dude. So Coetzis chose Greece. How happy are you? What a talent. I am delighted. I genuinely expected him to stick with Belgium because he'd been all the way through the youth setup over there. But we've got a star. We've got a star going on into the future for Greece, which is brilliant. It's about time. Neutral Normie, so maybe Thursday evening is where it's at, Mr. Musterman. Thursday evening's clearly where it's at. Cyril's in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. Let's head into the game. It's an away game against Stuttgart. I expect that we're not going to have a great time of things. Davy Selke, during the 2 weeks, the international break that we moved forward to, Davy Selke returned from injury, and then Davy Selke got injured again. So he's a little bit short. We're not gonna risk him for this game, but otherwise we've got a close to full strength team available. The only exception being Andre Brooks and Nathan Skitter have come back a little bit tired from international duty, so we're going to pop them onto the bench to start off with. But hopefully we'll be able to call onto them in the next game. They are playing a 4-2-3-1. So we do have Nürnberger instructed to mark Milo, the advanced playmaker. Otherwise, we're just going to go with things as we have and hope we can get off to a good start. So Wolves are big. Wolves big. Exactly. That's why they named themselves Wolves big. Exactly. Luckmo. Who's he? Luckmo is a great name. Jabbits appreciated the alliteration on the fly as well. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, let's see what the assistant says, and then we'll go for a round of I Have Faith. And lastly, with essay as well. Let's do this. Right, thank you for the hydrate, Blue Lions. So I think the last time, was it? No, it wasn't the first game of the stream. It was that game against Leipzig we conceded from kickoff. So that's a better start than our last big game. I say last big game. We just beat Eintracht Frankfurt, to be fair. It's a pretty good game. But we can see ourselves under pressure here, trying to build up from deep. Buick tries to play it through. Wimmer cuts it out, but now it's Middlestat on the charge down the left. Plays it back to Waldemir Anton. Across to Tarek Bookman. Oh, I'm still sad that Bookman isn't with us, but it's great to see him getting game time for Stuttgart. Is this a chance for us to counter, though? No, it's not. Shaquille Van Persie. Milo's in behind. It's a good save from Sahinovic. 2 minutes in, we need to say focus. It's not a good start. So Necrosis, you've got 2 Screen FM right here. One on the stream, one on my manager RVP recreation at Feyenoord. Fantastic. What do people make about the Robin Van Persie potential move now with... I wanted to do a tactical recreation on Feyenoord's Brian Prisker, because I think it'd be fascinating to see what went wrong. Because he was doing a brilliant job out in Denmark. Certainly some interesting and enterprising things with like the elements of relationism that were in there, but hasn't really worked. It's always going to be difficult to replace Arne Slot, but it's been a little bit disappointing, hasn't it? Let's be fair. Right, Middlestat finds Martel. Van Persie loses out, but it falls still to Middlestat. Middlestat, he's just going anywhere. Van Persie's in behind. That's 1-0. That was a bit disappointing. Wimmer went for the ball, completely whiffed. There we go. So Middlestat is the left back, right? So he's drifting in with the ball, feeds it to Milo. Massive gap between the centre backs there. Van Persie gets there first. Wimmer can't make the challenge. It's a nice finish. It is a nice finish. However, I am not all that impressed with the defending. Okay, we'll wait for this highlight to go, and then we're going to just make a couple of little changes, I think, to the midfield specifically. Right, Nürnberger. Nürnberger takes aim from distance. It's deflected, though. Milo now comes away with it. Linson robs the ball. Plays it back through. Here is Linson. His touch is heavy. That was a pass back. That was a pass back, right? Right, where's this coming? Here we go. We need a better view. That's a pass back. That's disgraceful. Disgraceful stuff. Absolute game fixing. Right, now we are... Every time I press pause twice to make the changes, and it's the start of a highlight immediately. So we are going to push Mbamba up, move Nürnberger across. He's on mark tighter and tackle harder. But we're going to swap those two around. I think keep Wimmer out wide, see if Schiffel can cover that a little bit more. Mbamba then can be the box-to-box midfielder. We'll ask him to do the same things. Tackle harder, mark tighter. Just see if we can deal with that a little bit better. So come on the ham, says Quagmo. Sadly, it's not been a good start, has it? Can Stuttgart make it 2-0? One thing, we've lost 4 games, but of those 4 games, they've been big defeats. And this is looking like we're facing it again. Eric Martel steals in, takes the ball off the foot of our defender, and that's 2-0. This is how it's been. That demolition, that 6-0 against Bayern Munich, the 4-1 against Leipzig. Sims with the touch there, back defending, doesn't get it under control. Martel steals in. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. McG, welcome in, my dude. How are you? And Tyke, lovely to see you in. So Adams gifted the sub the other day. Didn't realise. So McG saying thank you. What a gentleman you are. Right, Neutral Army. RVP at Feyenoord looks like it's going to be a disaster. I don't think he's good enough. That's fair. Sims with the shot. Seaman with the save. We need that to go our way. Right, we do have a little bit of momentum in our favour. No, we don't. Take that away immediately. So we're struggling for possession right now, which is a bit of a concern. We will have a look at that in a second. We've gone 20 minutes without a Stuttgart chance, so here comes 3-0. Bookman finds Mittelstadt. Van Persie's peeled off his man. Milo. Oh, I thought Sahinovic was just let that in for a moment there. We are struggling with the way that Van Persie is dropping deep, and our defenders don't cover the space. That seems to be what I'm seeing. We're seeing whether it's Wimmer or Schiffel, he follows Van Persie, and these two defenders both on cover. None of them think, hey, let's close up that gap. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make you on cover. Who are we seeing? I feel like we haven't really seen Fernandez or Furyk tucking inside. It's mainly been Milo in that respect. So Milo kind of is staying quite central. We're just going to mark up on both of these guys. We'll set them with... let's do that. We've got them on Mark Tighter. We're going to take Mark Tighter off Schiffel. We're actually going to ask him to stay deep. Don't press as much. Be ready to respond in that regards. Hopefully. Whether that works, I don't know. Most people saying it's too soon can come into that. Priska just wasn't a good match people-wise. That's fair. And welcome to the slam, says Lukmar, as we conceded our opening goal. It's been a pretty tough start, it has to be said. But this was one of those games we kind of expect to lose. Let's face it, Stuttgart are a very, very good team, and we're away from home. That doesn't really change our hopes for the stream coming up. So we should still have at least a 1-point lead as Mbamba concedes a penalty. That looked like it was on the edge of the area. We've already had some controversy with the back pass not given. This time, we don't have controversy over the penalty, which is good. We did have that on one of the previous streams where it looked like it was outside the box, but they actually gave it. Right, that's been pretty poor, let's be fair. So, possession-wise, it's Nürnberger's really struggled. As a defensive midfielder, he's been caught quite a lot. So what we're going to look to do is take off play out of defence. Let's not have the ball deep. Muller's been booked, so we're going to bring on Garrido here. The wing-backs are told to cross, to dribble less, yeah, and should have been on take fewer risks, I'm sure. Just make sure they're not losing the ball. And we're basically going to sub off all the players who are on yellow cards. So Essa comes off for Skitter as well. We'll see how we do in the second half with those changes. Hopefully, I mean, look, an early goal would be nice. An early goal would be nice, maybe just to get a little bit of momentum in our favour. So Necrosis says he's got good assistance, though. You rate Rynan and Harker highly. So you're hoping it's going to be like a Steven Gerrard and Michael Beale situation where you might not be confident in the manager himself, but the team around him might make it work. Cocky Smell says referees have a campaign against us. I agree. We've been robbed. The Sims gets in. There we go. That's the early goal we were talking about.
Sims with no fear. Sims for Darmstadt. Sims with the winner. Sims scores if it's home or away. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord knows you can play.
Boom. That's what we needed. That's exactly what we needed. So Milson says, always in two worlds about those super talents that can choose between nations. We fought so hard to get Januzaj, only to have him suck beyond belief. I hope for you, Caress, this makes it. Well, look, I mean, Greece has, most nations, to be fair, has a history of young players that are touted to be the next best thing and not quite make the grade. So I wouldn't be surprised if Carestis is another one that just doesn't quite work out for. But we can hope. We can hope. Right. We've looked good in this second half. That was a good chance there to equalise. Didn't quite come off, but here we go again. Rashidi's cross. Sims looping header onto the roof of the net. Right, so it'll be one of those streams. Grabbing popcorn, says Zeratul. It might well be. However, this is... I genuinely thought when we went 2-0 down, we were in for an absolute... I can't think of the words right now. We were going to lose, basically. I thought we were going to lose very, very heavily. This has been a decent response, though, in the second half. Hlinson is not in great shape, so we're going to bring... Right, Brooks can play as a playmaker. Let's put... No, we're going to bring Davis on. We're going with a double striker, and we're bringing Brooks on. That's all our substitutions within 65 minutes. Now, we know that's not necessarily the greatest idea in the world, but Davis should be able to play as an advanced forward. He's left-footed, and that gets Skitter into the creative role. Now that SA is off because of his yellow card, Brooks has got him injured immediately. Brilliant. That's the risk of bringing on injured players on the 65th minute. As Fernandes pulls out a save from Sahinovic. Right, time to encourage the guys. I'm not going down to 10 men. He's just going to have to play through. Surely that's better. Sahinovic has picked up an injury. Okay, he's able to play through. If we lose him for the last 8 games, if this turns out like it's a broken finger or something that was able to play through, and then he's out, our season is over. So, good evening, by the way. Welcome in that guy there. Lovely to see you, my dude. Right, Milo sends in the corner. Van Persie's header onto the bar. We haven't done anything since making those changes. We haven't really done all too great. So what we're going to do here is we're going to drop you this way round. Segundo Volante attack, wing back attack, wing back support, and then we go with the 3 striker setup. Advanced forward, double target forwards, increase that passing directness and that tempo. So fingers crossed. So Coxsmush asks, what happened to Davi? Davi got injured, just minor injuries, like 2-3 weeks kind of thing. And then during the international break between streams, he came back from injury, got injured again. He is back, but was just a little bit short on fitness. As Van Persie steals in the pass, sold Schiffel short there. Van Persie out to Doué. Doué into Van Persie. Abdullahu in behind. Yeah, it's a great chance It's a great chance. He really should have scored there. Yeah, so Davi is still very, very much part of our plans, but Sims has come in recent games whilst he's been injured and done very, very well, which is encouraging for next season for sure. Abdullahu, tackle attempted by Brooks, can't make it stick. Martel on the edge of the area, Sihinovic turns it behind. Yeah, the changes have been bad. I don't think there's really anything we can change now with the last 20 seconds remaining that's going to impact the game. 2-1. We fought back. We can be reasonably proud of that, I suppose. Right, so quality goalkeeper coach as well. Fair enough. There's some optimism around the team that's going to surround him, which is good. So Bill says with Kustalis and Muzakitis, we are already on the right track. That's fair. What are my thoughts on Stefanos Gimas? I'm very excited about Gimas' future. I hope that he gets the opportunities and the development. My biggest concern is that he comes over, he sits in reserve teams, he doesn't get the first team football that's going to be vital to his development. So I'm hoping there's a really good development plan around it, because that kind of physical player generally doesn't mature into a proper player until they're like sort of 24, 25. But he looks like he could be able to hit those levels earlier, which is really, really exciting. Now, Crudmo suggested some words: pounding, hammering, creaming. Some fine words with no euphemistic intent whatsoever. Yeah, that's... We rallied a little bit, but not enough. Gladbach lost? No, Gladbach drew. Gladbach drew at home, so we've got a 3-point buffer. So not the worst weekend. Brooks is out for 2 days. Sihinovic wasn't actually injured, so that's all fine. Hu Yin, how is Hu Yin suspended already? Hu Yin has played 300 minutes and already picked up 3 yellow cards. Incredible stuff. So yeah, Brooks will be out for a little bit. That's absolutely fine. We can go back to our normal ways. Hopefully for the next game we'll have Skitter back to start. Yeah, I think we should feel okay. Wolfsburg have dropped down to 15th now. But it's not Wolfsburg we're playing next, so it's Werder Bremen we're playing next. They're in 13th. Hopefully that can be a pretty strong result. Right, so Zeratul redeemed a mystery minigame. So let's head on over and do a little bit of that, shall we? We will start, as we always do on these streams, with a little bit of Guess the Player. Now, for those who are not familiar, I'll explain how it works. It's really, really simple. You're going to see 4 pictures from a player's profile in FM24, one after the other. You're going to see the positions that they play, the attributes, the scout report, and their career history. Your job is to guess the player as early as possible. The earlier you guess, the more points you get, and those points put you on that lovely little leaderboard down there. Now, the reason Zeratul may have redeemed the minigame is because he's storming it the last couple of weeks. 11 points in the 2 streams so far this week. He's currently, I think you jumped up to 4th, maybe even 3rd in the all-time leaderboard. Incredible stuff. So here we go. This is the very first clue. We have got this. Let's see what we've got. So, Koku Smelch is going, how it works this week is that it's Luca Pfeffer. I like the idea. Ease Off Tackles is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? So, it's not Luca Pfeffer, unfortunately. But we do have guesses now coming in. We've got Neuer, Donnarumma, Biljau, Bernd Leno, Ron Robert Zieler, Chevalier, Raya. All fantastic guesses. The wonderful thing about it being a goalkeeper is there are only 2 roles, so it's quite easy just to guess any goalkeeper out there. So could it be Jack Butland? Or another guess in for David Raya, for Atabulo, brilliant young goalkeeper, Maignan, Kepa, Mendy. That's all fine guesses. But because there's not many options, you're unfortunately wrong, so we're going to move it on to the next one. This is what the player's profile looks like. Marmadashvili's a guess. Oblak, Alex Matthews. Perhaps it could be Bayern Deer or Emi Martinez or Sanchez. Jack Butland is a goalkeeper, questions McG. Oh, fighting words. But yeah, it's questionable, let's be honest. Could it be Alex Merritt? or Robin Olsen? Could it be Geronimo Rulli or Kevin Trapp? Could it be Farman? They're all fine guesses. We've got a goalkeeper who's phenomenal leadership. 17 for leadership, 16 for determination, and one for free kick taking. Notice he's 6 foot tall. 6 foot tall, quite short for a goalkeeper. So could it be Pickford? We've got another guess in for Bilgel, Kaylan Navas. Could be Schmeichel. Another guess for Neuer. Another guess for Schmeichel. João Gonzalez, Jens Mustermann. More people going for Pickford. More people going for Pickford. There's a guess for Dennis Seaman as well. Gulaci, Okoa. No one's got it right, that's for sure so far. So let's head on over to the next guess, to the next clue even. So the other guesses we have is Matthias. It's not Oliver Kahn for sure. It definitely isn't Oliver Kahn. It's not Natalie Trubin or Unai Simon. It's not Livakovic. Is it Bravo? Is it Benitez or Noppert? Is it Matthias or Ramage or Sommer or Martinez or Ryan or Pasveer? Is it Jens Lehmann? It could be Jens Lehmann. It can't be Jens Lehmann. Could it be Lars Unnerstall or Wellenreuter? Another guess for Pasveer, another guess for Benitez, another guess for Rulli. Now, I can tell you that, naturally, we've run through quite a lot of Eredivisie goalkeepers here, so we do have a correct guess. The question is, Zerachol has put in like 4 of those guesses, and has he picked up yet more points? Well, it appears that it's the AZ goalkeeper. And the problem with that being the AZ goalkeeper is it means it's Matthew Ryan. That is 2 more points going the way of Zerachol. It is former Arsenal legend and Australian goalkeeper. Not former Australian goalkeeper, he's still Australian. It is Matthew Ryan. Fabulous work there. Quadmo confidently goes at Stekelenburg. Does the Eredivisie even field goalkeepers? Shots fired by Kokus Melch. Adam comes in with the applause. Medical car comes in with the applause. Zerachol is applauding himself. He transferred, of course. Necrosis indeed. It is at the start of FM24. The one time I don't do the disclaimer at the beginning. Kokus Melch with the applause as well. Ryan is so crap. Lookmar says, how are his attributes so good? I agree completely. I'm going to in fact go back to them because when I picked out Matthew Ryan at random, I saw his profile and I was genuinely shocked that the game thought he was that good. And it kind of makes sense why he now pops up every now and then in like searches in the attribute list. Because Matt Ryan's time at Arsenal, granted, as a backup, comes in generally speaking less favourable circumstances, but he looked absolutely atrocious. But yeah, they seem to rate him. They seem to rate him quite a bit. There we go. Fabulous work from Zerachol. 2 more points to that man. So Matthew Ryan, part of the Brighton defence that sounds like a lad stag doing Magaluf. The dunk. Indeed. 17 leadership. Out, says Neutral Normie. I don't know. I don't think I know enough about what he does at AZ to comment, but it's always I often find the leadership ratings a bit suspect in this game. So do we have a wonder kid in our ranks in the top 50? Of course not. But the best wonder kid apparently is Blaženko Golonja. Blaženko, that's a nice name. That's a cracking name. Currently playing for Real Sociedad, starting all the games there. Well, I assume at least most of the games. A creative, dribbly boy, progressive. Not too bad when it comes to tackle win rate. Pressuring's okay. Currently valued probably above 75 million. Incredible stuff. Don't know how accurate that those stat reveals, those attribute reveals are. Looks to be a good player. Shall we see if there's anyone like Sturm Graz, already valued around 10 million. We're going to ignore that. Going to see if there's anyone that I think could be poached by us potentially. Schalke, already valued at 53 million. Right, a player at Corona Kielce. Value's reasonable. Let's see what our scouts have to say there. Player at Antwerp, already at 19 million. Flores. He's 6'6". He's 6'6". He's already scoring for the first team. There's absolutely no way that he's going to be affordable. But we are definitely going to go out and scout there. At CF Monterrey, let's give him a little bit of a scout too. Cahutek, anywhere between 95,000 and 11.5 million. That's a nice small range there. Right, okay, so look, by the way, have just noticed that Crudmo isn't subbed. Is that even allowed as a moderator? You get paid so much you could give a little back to your employer, in your opinion. I agree completely. No, Crudmo is has already been a very kind benefactor. But he does. I can't even give him the VIP badge. It doesn't allow you to give him a VIP badge if he's a moderator, which is a bit of a shame. So that guy he's now scouting Ryan in your save. That's understandable. Fine, I'll gift sub when I bother going downstairs to get my wallet to full still. Bless you, Zerachel. Freaking lasagna was like, you went for lasagna. A fine choice. A fine choice. Luis Henrique, we have no guess as to what his value could be right now, so let's get him scouted. Our Palermo still in... Oh, he's on loan from Man City. We can ignore that. Iredale is on loan from Arsenal. Gomes is on loan from Sporting. We're not going to poach players from teams that are better than us. Antwi on loan from Bayern. Mertenitz contracted to Lask, already 11 million. Berda. There we go. That could be affordable. We can scout him. Right, okay, so there's a new gen nickname, Zerachal. What would you like to call? Who would you like to call the Baguette? Is it anyone? Or would you like us to call Galonja Baguette? Have you gone and taken over the greatest player out there? Right, at least it's a ton of contempt. Yes, always paying in contempt. Blazenko had a pard paper round by the looks of it. He looks perfectly fine to me. Right, I am a big fan of I suppose he has got bags under his eyes. There was something very menacing about those eyebrows. Right, hello, sir. How are we doing today? Welcome in, Ryan. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you? Ryan is so crap. Hank says, Ryan. Hey, it is the other Ryan. Welcome in, Ryan. Matt Ryan was the answer to our first mini game of the day. There is some context. Do you want me to find a Frenchie? We've got to surely have a Frenchie in this lot here. It's Small John. Small John is now going to be renamed to the Baguette. Where's nickname? Can't I do? Do I do it? Overview. La Baguette. Beautiful stuff. Arnaud Petitjean, now known as La Baguette. Right, so we scouted Berda. Let's have a look at Matthew Smith at Galaxy. That should be all right. Willems might be affordable. Utrecht, I feel, are like a comparable team to us. Tompkins, we can keep an eye on as well. Not Man City players, not Villarreal. Mines might be a bit too much of an ask. He's actually from Inter. Coda. Now, these Brazilian teams, I would definitely consider as being better than us. But certainly worth a look. Someone from Denmark, I feel that's fair. Zafa Ojjit. Now, a lot of these positions aren't ones that are necessarily high profile. Matti Kuakanen, like Villa are definitely better than us. But this is a player who's finished. So 43 million. No, we're not going to bother wasting our money on that. Coventry, Sheffield United. The values that's going to come from players in England is going to be far too high. So there's no point really on that side, I don't think. Blazenko looks like he grew up in Essex. He might well have done. You never know. So how's the save going, asked Ryan? It's going pretty well. We're currently in 7th, where it's our first season in the Bundesliga. And we're 3 points ahead of Gladbach in 8th. So we are potentially on the cusp of qualifying for Europe. There are 7 games remaining. We just lost the first game of the stream, 2-1 away against Stuttgart. But our next match is up against Werder Bremen at home. If we can win that game, or at least maybe avoid defeat, just get some momentum under our belt, I think we could be in a good position. Yeah. So Lukmar says Petit Jean means little Jean, doesn't it? Yeah, and Jean meets John, so Little John. Or Little John, Small John, like the one from the Robin Hood tale. Indeed. From Small John to Baguette, the guy has got to be the end of so many dick jokes. That's if you can like distinguish the difference between the end and the main body. Bless him. Right. Which players need fitness? We're going...
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you, Jabbits. That's with the Prime as well. You absolute gentleman. You only get one of those, and you've chosen to use it here, so I really, really appreciate it. Subbing in the hope that SA scores so I can get my favourite celebration song tonight. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We've got 7 games. It's got to score at least one, right? At least one. That's like my basic hope there. Right, 60 minutes for Selke. Full for the youth players there. Mousehound. Guy. Forkel can play the whole game as well. We'll give Rashidi possibly 45. 2bet can play 60. That should be, I think, enough to keep them. You know, they're not going to be at full sharpness, but enough just to tie them over. That's kind of the idea. So, or Wee Genie in Scotland sounds like someone's granny. Isn't Wee Genie a David Bowie song? I think I may have just scored the most beautiful goal to ever be disallowed ever. Oh, that's frustrating. This new FM Tweak gameplay is so good. Johnson says that that Kukkonen is not a waste of money if he's finished. It's not necessarily a waste of money. I don't think we're going to have 43 million as a transfer budget for a little while yet. So we currently, obviously, we're close to the end of the season, so our finances are going to be at the worst that they will be. We should probably have moved into the red by now. If we finish in around 7th or 8th, we're in line for about 60 million in prize money, which is brilliant. But we've got a board that only gives us 45%. So 45% of transfer revenue. Hopefully, the plan will be as we get the prize money, we ask to increase that percentage of revenue again. Maybe we get up to about 60%. If we're lucky, we might get, somewhere around 10, 15 million, I reckon, in transfer budget. Right, I can see that Jabbits, your message got held. So I will, I've allowed that because it's a comment just about MILFs, DILFs and GILFs. Oh, Quadmo's allowed it as well. Beautiful. I will get there in a moment. I do apologise. Right, so Lukmar's off to play some volleyball. Have a nice stream in the evening, everyone. Well, have a fabulous game, my dude. I hope it goes well. Gene Genie, not sure of the spelling. Indeed, Gene Genie. A classic song. A classic song. So Ryan says, beat you to the punch in European qualification, got Red Star promoted from Ligue 2, then finished 6th in your first season to get into the UEL. Rules of the save is that I'm only allowed to sign players from former, current left-wing / socialist states, as Red Star are a left-wing socialist club. Sounds awesome. Brilliant. Right. Oh, we've got our youth candidates. I need a drum roll. Damn. That's a sound effect I should really get. Let's see if this picks up. Oh shit, I don't have a spare hand to move to the next bit of news. Hey! Oh! That looks promising. That looks very promising. Interesting. So, Rico Rhoda. Let's the new gen nicknames are coming in. Okay, so as we do them, we've got Jabbits. You come in with the first one, you will become Rico. Your name will be, whichever one you choose, will become Rico Roda. So we'll go through them one by one. He's unambitious. That's not a good start. 6'1", a natural centre back, but can also play right back, right wing back, central midfield. Described as a ball-winning midfielder. He is slow, has no strength or balance. Really, really aggressive, super aggressive, good positioning and decision making. Can't pass, not any good first touch or vision. So, okay, as a ball-winning midfielder, there are some concerns there. There are definitely a couple of concerns off the top there. A lot of work's needed to get him good, is my initial thing. So, realistically, if he's going to be someone who's going to play in central positions, you want him to have decent strength and balance. So that's something that would need to be addressed relatively quickly. If he's going to play in midfield in particular, he definitely needs to improve his stamina. And generally speaking, you're going to want to get that acceleration and pace up to at least a minimum of good. So his physical profile scares me a lot. Otherwise, I think maybe as a ball-winning midfielder does kind of make sense. Good positioning, aggression and decisions and bravery. So if we can get that tackling and concentration up, I'm not so worried about marking. A ball-winning midfielder type of profile is someone who runs around like a madman. So from a technical perspective, tackling, concentration, both things we can't train. Possession, first touch passing to be improved as well. And we might have a player in there. We might have a player in there. So that is your regen, Jabbits. So Jabbits, what would you like me to name him? Would you like me just to call him Jabbits93? Jabbits 1993 even, or would you like us to call him something else? So he's a perfect Rick Rude name. I'm all for WWF references. Unfortunately, I know nothing about wrestling, so I have no idea who Rick Rude is. I'm sorry. But we can certainly, if Jabbits wants to call him Rick Rude, we can. Bill Houdini, you were next in line, so you get Samuel Muller. Samuel Muller is a driven right winger, AMR striker, 6'2", right-footed, all things that look good so far. As a player profile, okay, that's certainly better from a physical standpoint. Pretty strong already in areas we need. Good acceleration, pace, stamina. Again, we probably want to get balance up for a winger so that he can be a proper dribbly boy and make use of his center of gravity, which is quite reasonable there. Aggression, he's gonna work hard. He's got good determination. Those are all good. It is going to be the technical and mental aspects that need to be developed. Dribbling, crossing, first touch, passing, off the ball. They're going to be the priorities, and then everything else to come thereafter. But 6 foot, if we could get jumping and strength up instead, if that's what we focus on physically when he's a youngster, there is the possibility of him being a striker. What does our report card say on him? Does it say he has pace? It does say he has pace. He's got flair. Doesn't have vision. So he's already got pace. If he's already got jumping, if we could get, say, strength up and heading up, perhaps we could have somebody who, not a target forward, but we could certainly have someone who's going to be quite a physical presence in the box. Yeah, there's some interesting options there that we can work with. So Phil McCockiner, to go with Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken. Bill Houdini is absolutely determined to get me banned on Twitch through rude words. But there we go. Phil McCockiner it is. Right, Ernst Eberhardt. That's yours, Cockroach. So if you'd like to rename Ernst Eberhardt, please do. Mr. Grizzly P's in. Welcome in, my dude. The Ravishing. I don't know what the Ravishing reference is either, I'm afraid. Damn, he's good. He is good. So Jabbits wants huge shafter. we are sticking with the theme. Huge shafter. Beautiful stuff. If we come out now. There we go. So yes, Cockusmush, yours is Ernst Eberhardt, alliterative, a balanced left winger, left-footed, quite good on the right foot as well. Already likes to get into the area, encouraging signs. From an attribute perspective, he's a little bit rawer, but he does seem to have decent acceleration, pace, work rate, determination. He's already got good balance, which is cool. Good passing and flair. I do wonder if... So having good balance, already having good passing, I do wonder if it's someone who could potentially be more central, maybe as a playmaker-y type. What does it say his strengths are? So another one who's a fair amount of pace, is a little bit injury prone, but not too bad. Just orange there. Yeah, we should be fine there. So right, Cockusmush is going to keep Ernst Eberhardt because Eberhardt sounds like a dick joke already. Like Everhard. Fair enough. Average mental age of 14. We're all children. Indeed, Ryan. Bill Houdini says, no, now I'm 12. I'm 12. That's fair. Right, the medical car. Your man is Frank Dolman. Frank Dolman, what would you like to rename Frank Dolman? He's another winger. Fairly determined, right-footed. Same positional makeup as McCockiner. Let's see here. Another player with decent acceleration, pace, work rate, determination. Again, a little bit weaker on the technical side of things. A little bit weaker there. Now, Dolman, Dolman's definitely not a striker. Like with bad finishing, composure, decisions, long shots. So I could see us developing Dolman more in that winger position, as a winger type of player, whilst we focus on McCockiner as a striker type of player. So something along those lines, definitely. Another one possesses a fair amount of pace. Blair has been highlighted as well. Yeah, okay. I think there's something we can work with there. Definitely work with there. Crudmo says he's actually one of Crudmo's cats who's learned how to use the keyboard. Nonsense. There is far too little contempt in your words for you to be a cat. So the medical car wants us to call him Barbie Dolman. Let's call him Barbie Dolman. Boom. Right. It's all wingers. It is all wingers. Our next up is a midfielder left and a midfielder right. Uli Goldhammer. Now, potentially could be a wing back, which seems quite cool. 5'5", fairly loyal, left-footed, likes to get forwards. He's slow, good in terms of endurance, determination, teamwork, work rate. They're all good. Got some defensive capacity. Can't pass, which is a bit of a concern. Can't do attacking things, so that he would require quite a lot of work. Why not Ken? Forgot about that. Do we want to go for Ken then? Do we want to go for Ken rather than Barbie? It's entirely up to you, medical car. I quite like calling him Barbie. The Barbie doll hammer. Goldhammer is already an amazing name. It really is. Yeah, I think we could do all right with Goldhammer. It's going to take a lot of work. We need to start working on his quickness, and then it's going to have to be positional training that gets his tackling up. So yeah, it's quickness, then it has to be passing, then crossing, then first touch, I think. But the work rate, determination, teamwork all seems really good. Maybe there's a player in there that we can use. Then we've got João Borges. So he's casual. There we go. A nice bit of diversity in personality, which I like. Does have acceleration, pace, work rate. Struggles on the determination. Tackling, positioning, and heading are poor, which is a bit of a shame. Because I'd be looking at him potentially as a right wing back as well. That said, he's already got good crossing and technique. So maybe he's just going to have to be like a, like a Marcelo is. We look to develop him as a player that we know as a fullback isn't going to do much in the way of defending. And then we can let the other guys go as it is. We'll see if any of them get rated by our staff in due course. That's exciting. That's exciting. We've actually got a good youth, a good youth intake for a change. Beautiful stuff. It's not our first full season with Darmstadt. Our first full season we got promoted, didn't we? So I was going to say maybe it's something to do with the game being nice to us, but not. So we'll stick with Barbie Says Medical Car. A fine choice. A fine choice. Let's give one Ricky Steamboat's real name. Who on earth is Ricky Steamboat? I have no idea. I'm guessing that's another wrestling reference. Unfortunately, that'll have to be for another stream as well. I'm assuming that the new gen nicknames have all been redeemed for today. I'm sticking to it. Right, so Crudmo wanted someone to be called Hugh Janus. Alternative was Dixie Wrecked. There are some fabulous childish name suggestions in there. Beautiful stuff. So let us have our massive fans in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? João Borges looks fine. He looks okay. I think maybe we can. We'll see. We'll see how his development goes. Craven Thunder is in over on YouTube. Welcome in, my dude. Do I stream on Twitch? I do indeed. As you can see from the chat logs on the screen, Craven Thunder, they are all over on Twitch. So we do Twitch stream on both. Let me pop that in the chat for you. If you want to come on over this way, there is about a 10-second delay for YouTube compared to Twitch, unfortunately, the way it is. But that should be there. And indeed, that guy there has confirmed it as well. Thank you very much, my dude. So let us have our massive fans got a 100 million bid for someone not worth 100 million. We're living good. That does sound good. Is it Ladislav Almasi? Have you managed to somehow convince the world through your fanship that he's worth 100 million? It's the bid from a Saudi club as well. Let's be fair. Right, so Ryan, off to finish some college work, so I'll leave you to it so I don't fail my A-levels, which I'm currently doing it. Fuck it, I will watch this match first. Ryan, I know that Quadmo says A-levels, don't worry, dude, but education is definitely far more important than watching this dumb stream. It's all, you can always catch up on this later as well. I mean, the VODs are up on YouTube, so they're always going to be accessible. Always prioritize education. Right, so the players we're bringing back in, that's Tubek. We're going to start Rashidi, Guy, Mousehand, and then it's Selka on the bench. We're gonna pop Davis on the bench as well. Obviously, Selka isn't fully fit, so just in case it's a bit tough for us to get him in. I am starting Skitter for this game because he has been the better goal scorer. We'll have SA in behind. We can get Andre Brooks back in as well now, so we'll pop him at wing back for the moment. Will we? So we're looking at We're matched up quite evenly in that respect. We are actually going to... Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so what we're going to do is... I liked Brooks when he was playing as the attacking Segundo Volante. He got into goal scoring opportunities quite a lot. We're going to put Nurnberger out at left back. So we're also going to restore Garrido to the starting lineup. I think something like that should be all right. Let's see how we go. So Almasi is off to United on loan. He'll be their best striker immediately. Says Edison to Real Madrid for 106 million to be exact. What a sale. Incredible stuff. Welcome in, M. Pantis. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you? We are fans. No, actually, I don't think I've ever said anything about the form table, ever. So let's go with it. Let's see what happens. The best time to experiment with team talks is when it's at crunch time. No one responded as well, which doesn't bode well. Right, so I'm not sure on whether to spend most of the fee on an elite replacement or buy a younger project player and save money. I mean, in theory, could you not do both? Like, buy yourself a replacement who's going to start straight away and buy yourself someone cheaper who can then be bought in those slightly easier games. Right, immediately Nürnberger gets himself booked. We're doing some nice build up there. Skitter's in behind. Skitter, that's the start we want.
The team will love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mika Aritalo.
Boom. That'll do nicely. Look at Sims, plays the ball through nicely. Skitter takes a touch, then on his stronger left foot just slams it past Gunnarsson. That's the start we needed. That's the start we needed for sure. So Ryan says, Alex Grimaldo in 2030, how have they managed that? I mean, what? Grimaldo's now 30, we're being like, 33, 34. He's 34, there we go. Right, Sikwet steps in, gets the chance, finds Cortez. Cortez's shot straight at Sahinovic, who Toblerone gloves it over the bar. Right, Empantis, make you tactical Olympiakos Menlibar coach, Olympiakos AEK 6-0 yesterday. Yes, I saw the result. It was fantastic. A fantastic result for Olympiakos. Absolutely devastating for AEK, though, I imagine. It certainly a fine recommendation. We'll see. We'll see what's up in plans for future tactical looks. Rashidi with a chance. Gunnarsson with the save. Right, so funny thing is they signed 29-year-old injury-prone Reinders off me for 45 million about a week before as well. You're absolutely making bank. Although it is a shame to let Reinders... I know you say that he's injury-prone, but I do like Reinders. I do like Reinders a lot. You still have a 37-year-old Jorginho. He can maybe do a shift for a little bit. Like, with the way that you're set up as well, I can certainly see... Jorginho being fine in that defensive midfielder slot because shouldn't need to cover too much ground, and Italy does like an old midfielder at the base of the midfield, so it could work. The out of time clap really made that. It's the best part, isn't it? Isn't it the best part? Right, corner, second ball gathered by Friedel, back to Cortez, across to Sickert. Sickert finds Moretti. Moretti has to go to Vukancic. Play the ball through. They don't in time. Grimaldo has to go back. Some good probing here from Werder. But they have been pushed back. Vukancic into Moretti. Moretti's really refusing to play the ball in behind for Grimaldo. And that's good for us. We play it in behind for Nürnberger. Nürnberger goes back though. Here's Guido. Finds Brooks. Brooks shoots. And it's over. That was a very long passage for a relatively underwhelming chance. Okay, so solid, not great. Momentum has been in our favour, but we could do with creating a little bit more, if I'd be honest with you. So where are things breaking down for us? They're breaking down with Essa. Essa is struggling in that creative role, it looks like. Around 8 from 42, 1 in 5 times losing the ball isn't too bad for the fullbacks. Oh no, Nürnberger's the fullback here, but that's slightly higher. That's 1 in 4 and he's on a yellow card. So we will do... Yeah. Point finger, I'm not happy. We need to be doing... We need to turn the screw, as they say. So we're going to bring on Müller at half-time. We can take ease off, tackles off. We can take fewer risks there. Now, if Volante is going to lose the ball a lot, that's absolutely fine. I'm content with that. It's like he's trying to take risks. That's part of the role. We get that. But let's just see how he does. If we're not forcing him the ball as a playmaker type. So he's still going to get the ball a lot. He's still going to try to play through the lines, I imagine. Actually, let's also up that tempo to start the second half. Really like us to get that second goal early if we possibly can. Don White, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. So as a Scottish person, seeing someone almost called Skitter cracks me up every time. What does Skitter? What is Skitter as I assume slang? Swami Perkele, says Johnson. It is the Finnish representation getting the goal so far. Right, Werder though, looking to build up from deep. Plays it out to Vukancic to Moretti. Moretti refuses to pass forwards, and we are very grateful for that. Long ball forwards, easily cut out by Wimmer. And now can we build up something from here? Here's Garrido. First touch, takes it into their half. Essa plays it over the top. Skitter! Oh, okay, it would have been offside anyway, but that would have been an incredible goal. That would have been something to... Well, my word, what a ball over the top from Essa. Right, Schiffel gathers the loose ball, plays it back home. Welcome in, by the way, Stevie T. Thank you very much for the follow. But to both you, Stevie and Dom, if you're comfortable chatting, let us know who you support. I will end that in a moment. This one's for you.
Oh, an essay. He's so goddamn clean. I told him score a goal, and that's exactly where he's been. And he's just perfect for SV Darmstadt. I told him score a goal, and that's exactly where he's at.
There we go. That one is for you, Jabbit. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, so sorry, Stevie, Dom, if you're comfortable chatting, love to know who you support, who you're playing with in FM, but there is absolutely zero obligation to chat whatsoever. So, especially when he's all over the place as FMGNG, or his form is dire. So what is Skitter a well-known thing beyond? I'm clearly out the loop with my Scottish slang. Right, Grimaldo with the corner, sends it in, headed clear by, bugger. Moretti with a volley from the edge of the area. It was a weird headed clearance. It looped up. Moretti took it on the bounce, I think. So Wimmer's header there. Did he let it bounce? He did indeed. Takes a wicked deflection off Wimmer. Surely that was going wide. That's an own goal, right? Oh, goody. There's a highlight immediately after as well. Essay. Runs forward, loses the ball. Grimaldo plays it back to Gunnarsson. Are we about to be sucker punched here? Werder Bremen. Send it long, down the left. Surely Schmidt gets there. What a touch. What a touch from Schmidt. Müller tries to play it over the top. Can't quite get it over the man. Cortez now. Cortez plays it to Siket. Siket into Betts. Back to Izovic. Arowen. Forced all the way back again. Friedel into Moretti. There's the one. There's the one from Arowen. It's a good save from Sahinovic. Awful defending. The only change they've made is bringing on Betts. But it looks like maybe once again we've got a player dropping deep and we're struggling to deal with that. So we're going to do the same thing we did in the last game. Going to change the central defenders to be the one on cover, ask him to close down less. We're going to bring off Skitter, unfortunately, because he's injured. That's going to see us bring on Hlinson. Essa can go back up top now. And I'm looking at both Rashidi and Brooks being tired. So Guy can come on. And... bringing on Mbamba as the volante again? We are indeed. Right, let's drop that tempo a little bit. Let's see if we can get a bit more control back into the game. Fingers crossed. So Skitters is diarrhea. Oh dear. Oh, okie dokie. Bless him. Nathan Diarrhea is not so fun a name. Izaka is in. Welcome in, Izaka. How you doing? So you ask, is this save aiming to win the Bundesliga? There is no. I think you asked this the other day. There is no overriding aim. We're of course, whilst we're here, we would like to win the Bundesliga. Our plan is to win every game if we possibly can. But no, there is no overarching goal. We will just see what narrative unfolds as the game progresses. You know, whether that means we take Darmstadt all the way to the top, whether that means that we end up going off and exploring different countries, who knows? Right, time for a last change. Let's bring on a defender in midfield. Don't need to say anything to him. He's already pleased. Leo Hilton, welcome in, my dude. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. If you're comfortable chatting, would love to hear from you, who you support, who you're playing with in FM, but no obligation. As Noah and Bamba makes it 3-1, that sorted that out.
Scoring, Aradalo's glowing, Nick has got us going
Boom. Breaking out the S Club. Noah and Bamba. La 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 Bamba. La 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 Bamba. Ba ba da da la la ba ba da ba. Who knows the rest of the words to that? Who knows the rest of the words to that? It's all just noise. Muller with a throw-in. Surely, with 6 minutes of injury time is crazy. So there's a chance to counter here with Werder. Playing it through, Cortez on the left. 2 men with him. Can he be tackled? He can. Schiffel gets in. And now it's a chance for us to break, and we're coming with Linson. Plays it into Sims. Sims holds the ball up nicely. Finds space down the right-hand side. Feeds Mbamba. Mousehound joining in. Tries to play it over the top. Can't quite get there. Linson, though, will play it behind Mbamba. Oh, what a glorious run from Mbamba. Darting in from deep. But sadly, it was a great save. Esse with the corner now. Mousehound can't get there, but Muller gathers at the second time. Esse to Muller. Fires it over. Was that going to be offside on Esse? It was indeed. This is why we need the La Bamba song, Musterman. We do indeed. We do indeed. I do apologise. Let's see. Shimmy Mweka was close yesterday. Shimmy Mweka? Or Tuesday even. I've missed a few bits. So Lazar Amasipan asks, how inflated are fees for players in January on FM? It's frustrating, isn't it? So frustrating. You think you find a player, you think they're within budget, and the selling team asks like an extra 5 million above their asking price. Right, the win means one thing.
Win for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
We're gonna win the fucking league. We're gonna win the fucking league. I mean, we might qualify for Europe, is more accurate, but that does put us above Leipzig. We have played one game more than them now, though. Realistically, I think we could say that fifth is out of sight. 5 points is a lot to overcome. Gladbach were held to yet another draw, which is brilliant. That opens up that gap there. We've got bonuses paid out for avoiding relegation. That being confirmed is lovely. And Nuremberg is suspended for the next game. Let's rest you for one. Let's recall you. Give you a second day of rest. Beautiful stuff there. And our next game's away against Schalke, one of the teams that came up with us last season. They won the playoffs, so they finished third. So Yonsa asks, is Roman Esse the only player in Premier history to score with his first touch? Oh, I'm sure there's got to be others, right? There's got to be others that have scored with like their first touch. But yeah, it was incredible. It was incredible for sure. Right, Nuremberger, yep, suspended, accepts his fine, which is cool. So Mr. Grizzly P, every time that he sees Noah Mbamba, thinks of Chancellor Mbemba. That's fair. That's fair. Right, that was beautiful. What a move. What a move. It's a shame. It's a shame we didn't pull it off. Right, so Leo supports Leicester, but you're playing as Greuther Fürth. Awesome. How do you feel about Leicester's season so far? I mean, I know it's like it was always going to be really, really tough coming up to the Premier League with those financial restrictions in place. You're not down yet. 5 points. You've got a game in hand. Do you think this is kind of what you were expecting from the season? Do you think you can make a late charge? Or do you think it's all now about preparing for the championship and hopefully getting promoted again at the first time of asking? Rhythm is a dancer. Almasi is the answer. He is indeed. Cyrillic asks, what's the original song for the celebration song you just used? Crodmo's answered. Rhythm is a Dancer by Snap. Snap, a 90s Euro dance band from Frankfurt, which is kind of like, I think it's about maybe 20 miles north of where Darmstadt is. So Darmstadt is basically just underneath Frankfurt. So it makes sense for the team as well from that respect. Right, no information on value. 9 million. He's going to be far too dear for us. Hector Huerta, also the exact same amount, 9.4 million. Luis Enrique, minimum 9. Matthew Smith, 400k. Okay, he's worth scouting further. Shortlist him as well. Jordan Tompkins, 7 million, we can pass on that. Guilherme Toda, 15 million, we can pass on that. And Daniel Engley, 4 million, worth keeping an eye on a little bit more as well. Probably a bit too dear for us, but something I'm certainly happy to look at a little bit. Right, welcome in, by the way, BRTLSN. Let's go for Bertelsen. Bertelsen96, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? If you're comfortable chatting, I'd love to know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. But if you're not comfortable chatting, feel free to lurk. Absolutely appreciated. So Mook G says, Rashidi, what you get if you don't clean up your skitas properly. A rash, Edie. I see what you're going for. We have got very scatological today. Arguably, I don't know if there's such a thing as too scatological, to be honest. I'm certainly willing to encourage it further. Oh, Wygormy's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? I hope you are having a lovely time. Now, guys, you should pop on over and give Wygormy a follow. Now, I say that. I mean, head on over to his YouTube. I think YouTube is probably where you get the best of Wygormy. But give him a follow here over on Twitter as well. A lovely, lovely gentleman. A fantastic creator too. So Leo says, it's exactly what you expected from this season. Hard to stay up when your squad's worse than it was in the Championship. But El Canus is the second coming of Christ. Fair enough. So you've got. Do you think you'll be able to keep hold of El Canus? That's my biggest worry is that, like, you've signed him for the future, and I'm not sure he's going to be part of the future. So Chromo says, you can tell me who you want to shout out, by the way, says Chromo. Indeed, I can. I do apologise. I got into the habit of doing it, because you abandoned me yesterday. You abandoned me for Everton. How could you do such a thing? Right, Soughton needs game time. Tubeck. Yin can get... Yeah, give Yin the full game. Forkle the full game. Selke the full game. And then our youngsters as well. Yeah, should be good with that. That's all cool. So Coritiba's in. Good evening, Coritiba. How are you? Lovely to see you. Bertelsen is right. Boom. Beautiful stuff. Right, Ladislav Almasi wants a shout out. I mean, once that cooldown is down, give Ladislav Almasi fan a shout out. Why not? Blue Lion says he's for sure gone. He can't play Championship football. I wouldn't imagine he would. I wouldn't imagine he would, unless they discussed that. Maybe they said, they signed him. They said, look, we're probably going to get relegated. Here's our plan, and he liked the plan that they laid out. We'll see. Leo hopes he stays. He seems happy at the club. That's a key part, isn't it? Is if you can have someone that feels at home and comfortable, that's good. Sahinovic might be injured for the game. 3 days, it's going to be tight. Jabbits, what is the original song for Essay? I just realised I don't recognise it. It's Messy by Lola Young, who is a new artist. I think she was the BBC's Sound of the Year or whatever for 2024. So yeah, there we go. That's that's almost knowledge of modern music. Right, Barbie Dolman is the man to put up a good impression in his first game. They played McCockiner up front. Goldhammer got injured. Huge Shafter started at right back. So we do have a handful of the good talents recommended as well. Burak Kir here. Agile, rushes out, good reflexes, good decisions positioning. Burak Kir looks like a pretty decent starting spot for a goalkeeper. Yeah, needs to work on some things, but he's got the key there, the key attributes that I like. Dimitris Andriopoulos, a 6-foot, easily discouraged centre-back, who's slow, but he can jump, is brave and aggressive. A lot of work if he's going to make the grade. Leonard Nippon, a determined anchor. He can tackle, good decision-making. Otherwise, also looks like he needs a lot of refinement to make the grade. And then finally, Abase Bassajeri, who's a fairly ambitious advanced playmaker from Togo. He can pass, he's got good vision, he's got good flair. Very, very slow. Bit of an Nganch vibes from him. But again, okay, I feel like Bassajeri kind of has the right key attributes for roles. So yeah, hopefully that's going to be a good intake. That could be our golden generation. Beautiful stuff. So let's see what we've got there. Wygormy's doing all right. Hope you're doing well. I am indeed. Getting some work done today for streams and stuff. Glad to see you back streaming as well after the health flare-up. Thank you very much. It was just the health flare-up, it is just a one-day thing. I mean, it's a number of hours thing, happens every now and then. So we were back at it the very next day. We're all good there. So Blue Lion says, what do you think of Potter at West Ham? It's early, but thoughts on the appointment and their future. I love Graham Potter, just generally speaking. I think Graham Potter is absolutely fantastic. I think it's a really, really good fit. Should be a good long-term appointment for them. So hopefully we've got we've got a chance for him to redeem himself and get his reputation built back up. Kawatiba, you redeemed a mystery minigame. We've got a break coming up in a minute. So what we'll do is we'll go on that break and then we'll come back and play the minigame. It's perfect. Stevie, you never walk alone, so I'm guessing that makes you a Liverpool fan, Stevie. And you're currently at Petersburg, in Tier 6, 100 years into the future. That is crazy. That is crazy. So Wygormy, this is a new and adapted version of your skin, right? It is a slightly adapted one for the stream indeed, yes. So I was having a play around with the player profile. So beautiful stuff. So yes, Stevie, Crudmo is an Everton fan. We're gonna have some friction here, I'm sure. How many You Never Walk Alones do I permit before I'm allowed to mute, block, or ban? You've got to allow all of them, I'm afraid. You've got to allow all of them. Maestro, you're in. Welcome in. We're just about to head on a break. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3-4 minutes as I go to the toilet and I refill my drink. I will see you then. Right, we're back. Well, we're not actually. That is still in progress, but I thought I'd come back just to tell Quadmo to play nice. Play nice, Quadmo. Right, yes. So I'll wait until it syncs up for everyone to be back, so we can talk about the next mini game. The mini game was redeemed by Coritiba, and we are going to play a round of top 10. It's a very, very straightforward game. I'm going to, in a short while, reveal a criteria, and you need to guess who makes the top 10 of that criteria. So in the past, we've had things like most international caps for Denmark or top Premier League goal scorers, something along those lines. You just need to pop the names into chat, both on YouTube and Twitch work exactly the same. If you get it correct, it's going to reveal the answer. You get 1 point for every correct answer you get, up to a maximum of 5. Now, if you get more than 5, anyone that guessed your ones after that's going to get the points, just so that no one runs away if it ends up being very much in someone's favour. Now, it might end up being very much in someone's favour. I do know that there is one person, at least one person, who might have a chance of knowing these better than everyone else. So let's run through just a couple more rules on here. You need to get the spelling correct, but it doesn't matter about case. So you can be all uppercase, all lowercase, absolutely fine. It could be a mixture of the two. If a player has an accent in the name, you can include it. You can not include it. It will still pick it up. So here we go. Here we go. Into the game. What we are looking for today is most international goals for the United States men's team. Now, so I will cover some of the comments whilst we've been there. So Ladislav Almasi, unfortunately, you didn't get a point. You were pipped on one of them much earlier on in the guest list, unfortunately. Right, the guesses are coming in. We've correctly got a Dempsey. We've correctly got Landon Donovan. We've got Christian Pulisic, Brian McBride. We've got Joe Max Moore. I'm hoping it's Crodmo who got Max Moore. You would certainly expect that. That is obscenely quick. That is obscene. Look at that. Jose Altidore in at third. Pulisic in fourth. Eric Wijnaldum. There's a throwback in fifth. I was expecting Bruce Murray to be a little bit of a tricky one to get there, but FMGNG, I see, incredible knowledge. Ernie Stewart comes in the last spot. There are actually 3 players that had scored 17 goals, but Ernie Stewart did it in fewer minutes, making him the 10th place. That is some phenomenal work. Oh my, that is quite incredible. So I'm just looking through here. Straight off the bat, we got Ladislav Almasi pipping red app on Pulisic. Got Donovan straight away. Dempsey came in from medical car. Crodmo obviously got the 90s references, so he went with Wagurla first, who wasn't on there, sadly. There more Dempseys and Donovans came in really early. There was a guess for Eddie Pope. That was a fine guess. That's when we got more. Zerachul came in with McBride. Fabulous work there. Beating Crodmo to the punch there. It was Mr. Grizzly P who picked up on Altidore, just beating Zerachul. So we worked out Wijnaldum was Crodmo. Zerachul picked up Stewart. It was FMGNG, we know, got Murray there. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely incredible work there. That is sensational. My word, Zerachul applauds everyone. Poverty was right, didn't even have time to think. Sheesh. I looked up and 5 names were filled. I looked across to see who'd got Wijnaldum and the whole thing was complete already. Immense work. A dim basis ruined it by going for full names and not just surnames. Trying to be bloody proper. That is the risk. Ladislav Almasi's got 2 points indeed. It's getting tight up the top there. It is getting tight. McGee went for Harks. There's a throwback. So Bruce Murray was at Italian 90, I think, says GNG. And Crodmo confirms he was. Interesting. Ladislav Almasi fan asked whether LeBron James counted for Pulisic. That would have been a nice touch. I should have added that in. Sadly, it wouldn't have done. Right. We've got a game against Schalke. Away from home. 9th plays 7th. I think we should be good. Because Nürnberger is suspended, we're going to push Brooks out to left back. bring Mbamba in to reward him for his goal-scoring efforts in the last game. They're playing 2 up top. So we're going to swap these round again. That might become something more common now anyway, as we've seen how we've struggled against... what's the word I'm looking for? Against strikers dropping deep. So yeah, Selke played the game midweek, the friendly midweek. He's now much closer to fitness as well. So hopefully he's going to be back in time for the final few games. It'd be nice to give him a proper send-off. Pardon me. Waigami went for 5. Indeed, I saw you came through. You came through at the end. It's all about fastest finger, so it's more effective to just guess them one by one. But yeah, you should have been the favourite, I think. Good timing to arrive, really. Great timing to arrive. We are going to say, yeah, let's trust the assistant manager. Let's talk about having faith. And let's get it. Let's do this. So Leipzig won their game in hand. So they are back ahead of us. But I think we're in a decent spot. Obviously, as we say, Gladbach keep on drawing games, which keeps on opening up that space there. So we're on 47. Gladbach are on 42. Leipzig on 48, though, a team we could potentially jump ahead of. So Kokuk Smelch, no, but LeBron James of the soccer would. Indeed, yes, you do have to say LeBron James of soccer. He is right there, Kokuk. So Ladislav asks, how would someone counter a 4-3-3 with double inverted wingback, double Mazzala, and double inside forwards? I'd probably be looking to force players outside more than anything else. They clearly want to push their player. They want to dominate in central positions. So I'd be trying to get them all shown onto their outside foot. I would also be looking to counter on the wings. Right, Skitter with a free kick sends it in. Yusufu gathers with ease. Not really been much happening in the opening 20 minutes here, but keeper goes long. Wimmer's header isn't good enough. Pisano plays a beautiful ball over the top. Rahn is in behind. Rahn has a phenomenal afro. It's a good recovery block. Right, let's give some encouragement as Paslak sends the corner in. Schiffel gets it clear. It's Rahn who gathers. Rahn finds Paslak again. He swings it in. Schiffel has to get across. Can we get it clear? We do for a little bit. And Bamba finds Sims. Pressure is off. Pressure is off now. So we've had more of the ball so far, 55% to 45. As Guido. Can Guido do something special here? Goes to curl it just wide. Just wide. So there's at least a reasonable chance there. Yeah, from a momentum perspective, it seems to be okay. In the last 15 minutes, we're pushing that tempo up. Let's see if we can get a goal before half-time. Throw in to Skitter. Skitter has to go back all the way to Sahinovic. Garrido finds Wimmer. Sahinovic made it back from injury in time, which is marvellous. Brooks to Schmidt. Right, Wimmer finds Garrido. He's going to play it through. Skitter's in behind. Skitter. Oh, Skitter. It's a great save. It's a great save. Unfortunately, it was on his weaker right foot. He got a little bit underneath it, a little bit central. Keeper was able to tip it over. Right, Schmidt gathers the second ball. Finds Garrido. Brooks now out across to SA. Yes, SA. Oh, SA. I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to do there. Stood still and then gently knocked the ball out in front of him. Very, very casual. So yeah, that has certainly, we have increased the momentum a little bit, which is cool. But here's another corner for Schalke. Swung in by Paslak. Schiffel gets there first. Dominguez gathers. Rahn from the edge of the area. It's a great save from Sahinovic. Lovely, lovely save. Push behind. It's another corner. Dan Baser says fastest finger. He plays for Mariam. He does indeed. Oh, Boris Fortuna. Actually, he's probably been sold by now. He was dropped down to their reserves. Should probably check in and see how the guys are getting there. Ladislav, our massive fan. Thanks. Palmer playing some silly tactic. Hopefully. Hope that works for you. Zeebsin. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? I like the way it sounded like the afro was integral to the block. It was. It was. I'm guessing that... Okay. This might sound a little bit unfair, but Rahn here does look to me to be a white man. which means that it's probably less of an afro and more of a perm. And maybe the perm wasn't done well and it got in his eyes, which meant that he had to brush it out of the way. That slowed him down, allowed our defender to get back to make the block. It's the only reasonable explanation for him fluffing that chance. Right, Mbamba plays it into Esse. Esse can't get there, but Sims puts pressure on. He's forced to Rashidi. Esse's header. Roman Esse.
Roman Esse, he's so goddamn clean. I told him score a goal, and that's exactly where he's been. And he's just perfect for SV Darmstadt. I told him score a goal, and that's exactly where he's at.
Get in just before half time as well. We've had some decent chances, but they obviously had that chance with Bran. I'm pleased with that. We still have 55% at ball share, which is crazy. Crazy. You would have thought with us increasing the tempo, we'd be rushed, we'd lose it a little bit more. Right, so let's say well done on controlling possession. And let's do it even more. Let's try and be more expressive. Let's try and take those chances, get a second. Sandeep's doing well. Hope you're doing great. I am indeed, my dude. I am indeed. He's a Fellaini. He is a Fellaini. That is true. Now, Fellaini's afro, though, was really clean. Really clean. One of the greatest afros in football, without a doubt. So Wygorm is asking, am I using any of the new match engines from the community? I'm not for any of my saves or content, but I did take a look at 1.4 when it was originally released. I was looking at potentially doing a video which I don't think the people involved are going to like, because Nathan Skitter makes it 2-0. Is he onside? Is he onside? That looked tight. That looked very, very tight. Come on, ref. Come on, ref. Bollocks. Bollocks. We've been robbed. We've been robbed. Yeah, okay. Okay, fair enough. But that's good. That's intent. Straight from the off, looking to get that second goal. All right, 10 minutes in. Give them some encouragement. See them all react badly. That's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, so I've run some simulations with both vanilla and thing. I've got a whole set of highlights which shows that the changes might not necessarily be as significant, but I know that they have released a patch as of yesterday, so I will take a look at that, see if that's made any difference. Right, time for some changes, and those changes are going to see us bring on Benjamin Burnch, Davy Selke, and the third? No, not a third. We're going to take Be More Expressive off. Just see if maybe just we're trying a little bit too hard to play through the lines, maybe when the opportunity isn't there. Right, here comes Templeman, plays it to Pisano, to Pasak even. All plays going through Templeman here, into Andrick now. There's that man once again. Templeman drives forwards, keeps on driving forwards, finds Pasak Larius there. It's a great save from Sahinovic. What a save, keeper. TM basis, modern music. Poof. Indeed. The ref is Borts as Zeratul. Absolutely. Kawatiba suggesting fitting Skitter into Day Tripper by the Beatles. I like that suggestion. He's a Nathan Skitter, a one-way striker, yeah. It took us so long to score goals. He'll score goals. Although he is about to be subbed off. Are we going to bring on Hlinson, or are we going to give the youngster a chance? We're bringing on Hlinson. We're going to push SA up front. Again, I would really like us to score that second goal if possible. It has been all us this second half from a momentum point of view. They have had some chances though. Again, another game where we don't necessarily create a massive amount, but we do score from the chances we get. Can though Schalke respond from the corner? As Marnie grabs the easy for me to see. Choa on. Here's Hipper from the edge of the area. Oh, just wide. Just wide. Drop that all down. Last change is going to be a midfield with no doubt. In fact, it's going to be at left back. Andre Brooks off, Tim Muller on. Neutral Normie, how dare you encourage us? How dare I? So yes, Selke is on. So I am so desperate for Selke to get back into the starting lineup. If we could get him up to double figures for the season, that would be amazing. So the shouts are dumb sometimes, most of the times. So one, I don't mind pissing players off. I kind of like the idea of, like, if you shout at someone and they're like, yes, we know, or at least they're thinking that internally. It's weird that we get this body language response more than anything else. Pisano equalises in the 4th minute of injury time. We didn't clear our lines. Oh, no. Bullshit. It's kind of been coming. It's an absolute whiff from Wimmer. He fails with the header attempt. Pisano gets in, and that disallowed goal really lingers large. It's okay though. Gladbach were losing 5-1 to Dortmund earlier, so even a point will improve our chances of getting into Europe. There we go. Well. Yeah, like I certainly know that from playing Sunday League, which is very, very different, let's be fair, the manager would shout things from the touchline and I would probably listen to it and go, shut up, you fucking idiot. So like, I kind of don't mind that. I can imagine that if you're winning and the coach is going, hey guys, you're doing great, the players might be, oh, what a prick. So yeah, I can kind of get it. Right, yeah, so Leipzig still have a game in hand. We are now 6 points clear of Gladbach with 5 games remaining, so 15 points available. A real shame to drop points there. We do have games against Leverkusen, Dortmund and Heidenheim coming up, which is a little bit of a concern. But we do get Nürnberger back. Brooks would then be in that position. And Bamba would end up back on the bench. Schiffel would be out, which means that we'd bring on Tubeck. And that would bring Bonch back onto the bench, I think. Maybe. No, Rashidi's been okay. We'll live with that. Yeah. Nice, easy game against Leverkusen up next. They're in 3rd, I think. Are they? It's joint points there, 56 and 56. So it is Leverkusen in 3rd, yeah. Joint with Stuttgart, 1 point ahead of Frankfurt. They're really in a fight there for those Champions League spots. Dortmund and Bayern Munich currently neck and neck. Dortmund have played one more game though. But that 5-1 win's going to be huge for them, hopefully. So Igormi says you've been using the Chinese one, really like it. Might try out the other ones that have been made too. Yeah, there's no harm in giving them a try. And it's great to see the community doing different things and trying different stuff. Davey Selke on, he's the man in the box. Arvid's in the mud. Arvid in the mud. At least we're finally getting the a cappella songs we demanded from Musterman at Christmas. All the a cappella tonight. Look, we've been through this. We can go. Look, if people want to go with Arvid in the mud, or Haaland in the mud, whatever, we'll let it be. Let bygones be bygones. So Maestro's saying that Choa John must be Surinamese. Oh, we might as well have a look. We've also got to look up Mariahem. Thank you very much for the redeemed DM bassist as well. We will do that in a second. Let's have a look there at Schalke. Is Nathan Choa John Surinamese? He is indeed. What astonishing knowledge there. Now, he's caused us trouble in last season as well, when we were down in the Zweite Bundesliga, playing against Schalke. A good player. So looking at profit and loss, that looks pretty bad, doesn't it? That looks pretty bad as far as the league goes. Now, our loss is at 37 million. That's going to be more than covered by prize money. So that's not too much of a concern. Hamburg, Schalke, obviously in very, very good positions in terms of... how did we make 37 million loss? Let's see. So total... Am I being dumb? This season, we've made a loss of 14.5 million. Last season, we made a loss of 11 million. How on earth do they come to 37 million? That's questionable. That's questionable. Football accounting has always been weird, let's face it. Right, Kai Norman Berder, 4.5 million euros. He is a winger who could be a striker. 6 foot, can jump, really quick, good agility and balance. We haven't got full scouting on him right now, but we do. We do have full scouting on him. Has a release clause of 4.5 million. We can't afford 4.5 million right now. But yes, I would like Kai Norman Berder. 18 years old, already really well-rounded. Absolutely. Let's have a look. Zafir Ojigit, the Liechtensteiner. 8 million as the minimum is too dear. Matthew Smith, 400k, left back. He's in America, so we'll need to keep on scouting for more information there. Daniel Engley was the one we looked at. A minimum of 4 million was quite reasonable. Where we're at reasonable knowledge right now. Good passing, vision, flair. Yeah, we'll keep on scouting him until we get full knowledge. Right, Bayer Leverkusen are going to play a 4-4-2. They absolutely thumped us last time out, 3-0. But we're at home. We're at home. Home is where we beat teams like Eintracht Frankfurt. So, there's hope for us. There is hope for us. Right, Mike's in. Welcome in, Mike. How you doing, my dude? Lovely to see you. How's your day been? Eunice is in as well. Welcome in. How's our journey to Europe going? It's going well. And the Welsh Smithy is in. All in at the same time. Welcome in, my guys. Yeah, the journey to Europe is going all right. We've got a 6-point gap between us and Darmstadt. There are 5 games remaining. So we've got to feel like we're in a decent spot. We do have Leverkusen to come up. We've got Bayern Munich to play as well. So there are a couple of games that aren't particularly favourable towards us coming up in a moment. But yeah, it's still a lot to ask for Gladbach to say win out all their games. So maybe we've got some things to be optimistic about there. We'll do a load of 60 minutes for these players, apart from the guys that are completely on the fringes. We don't need to worry about Keenan Davis. He was just in as a short-term cover. Don't need him to stay fit for the rest of the season, I don't think. So Choaon is Indonesian in Nick save. Interesting. I'm guessing he has both. So Surinamese always have special names. Fair enough. Ladislav Amasi is about to play Leverkusen in your save. Oh, good luck, sir. I mean, you've got a cracking squad though, my dude. You should be. I would be disappointed if you win anything less than 5-0. No pressure. Leverkusen's team is mental. Let's have a look there. They've got Boniface, Max Bayer. So they've got the classic. Well, they've got 2 big men up front, to be fair. Frank Onyeka is an interesting player to see there. Francis Onyeka, even different one. Van Bommel, Bakayoko, Havertz, Teller, Adley. Incredible stuff there. That back line, we've got Tapsoba and Tar and Hincapi and Frimpong. That bit hasn't changed quite so much in the 6 years. So has Keenan Davis not been good? Keenan Davis has been perfectly fine. He wasn't signed to be a integral part of our team. We got a big injury to Ellis Sims, so Davis was brought in to be the backup, and then he got injured himself. So he was never here to be a long-term option, merely there as an emergency. And when we needed him as an emergency, we couldn't rely on him. Right, Sam Willems here. 5.6 million isn't the worst. Maybe on the edge of what I'd consider. So let's add him to the shortlist. I still didn't look up Mario Ham. Oh my word, I'm rubbish at this. Let's do that. Let's do that now. Yeah, so Lazar Massi, just like your result versus Villa earlier this season. Indeed. I deliberately ignored that. I saw that in the little ribbon at the top when I started, and I was like, oh, I'm not looking at that game. I don't want to know how that happened. So Welsh Smithy's doing good. Looks like you might be losing Jorginho. Saudi strikes again. Oh, at least though, if it's Saudi, you're going to be getting a decent amount of money there, right? What's the possible fee? Right, for Dita Abubakar, welcome in, my dude. Hello from Indonesia. What time is it over there, man? It must be very, very late. Welcome on in. Maestro's just spotted Bend Over. Indeed, Bend Over, our star player. So let's have a look to see what happened. Mario Ham last season, they dropped to third. Ooh, 16 points off top. It's not been so good, but that means that Yunus Rantanen is gone. Yunus Rantanen wasn't sacked. He left the manager role to take over at Malmo. Interesting. And so Teemu Tainio has come in. Tottenham legend Teemu Tainio. Now Teemu Tainio likes a 4-2-3-1, so fit in. Was previously managing at FF Jaro after a spell in AL Limassol. Interesting addition there. It's only 2 games in, so we can't really judge the season on that so far. But as far as the Liga Cup went, they got knocked out in the group stage. They've just lost away to Ilves, like all good teams do. Let's have a look at the quads. Oscar Snore is still the starting goalkeeper. Good old Oscar Snore. Reliable. Artie Martinen has found himself off the transfer list. He's still got a future there. That's great. Patrick Reitinen at centre-back is still starting, now 28. But Billy Kumetio's gone. Samuel Kafour's arrived. Interesting signing there. Was playing at Epps. Prior to that, Adwana Stars signed from Ghana. How much did they pay for him? Oh, they signed him the season before for 3.3 thousand euros. Sebastian Kaya, a young player coming through, left-footed left back. Does that mean there's no Enquist? There is no Enquist. Oh, well, we'll look at what's happened with players afterwards. Castelletto, we saw that he was signed from the former Nantes defender previously. He's again, we can't really judge anything in terms of performance at this point. Loop Dewan Gayho's not a player I'm familiar with. Max Larson is still there. Looks to be playing not that regularly. Matches Kaviko. So that was a signing from Ilves. He seems to be a starter. So it looks like yes, we know. Actually, no, we know that Savalainen was sold previously. Dahlstrom's still there. He's now on the fringes. 33 years old. Stoppin signed from Ilves. Antonio Yakub's still there. He wasn't starting much last season. Seems to be back in favour under the new manager. Same story it looks like for Arvid Lundberg as well. But the team has been very much pulled apart. Let's see if any of them are sitting in the reserves. Any players we recognise in the reserves. Igor Lofgren still hasn't been able to break through into the senior squad. R2D2 is down there now. Poor old R2. Adam Dew, he's down there. He was always on the fringes for us anyway. Yeah. So let's have a look here. Last season, we know. So these signings, sales we all knew about. I think we did. Yeah, up to. So Stavitsky was sold to Spain. Rockman got a move in the end to Hacker after his loan. Zutari's move went through. Savalainen's move went through. So that's cool there. This season, they've got Kumecho leaves on a free. Goes to Jablonic. Good move for him. Akeroke's out on loan. Nope, he's been released. So Akereke was loaned out, and now he's been... Oh, that's 2 seasons back. And the finger was sold for 11,000 euros back to 15,000 in the end. Back to Russia at Rubin Kazan. Absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Youngster Oscar Holmberg, big move though. Big move to Gothenburg. Wasn't he one that we had a face for? I'm sure we had a face for Holmberg. Evidently not. Evidently not. So I'm guessing Enquist was released, or is it a transfer this year? Where is Enquist? Oh, Enquist was loaned out that season, and he's been released. Yeah, he's been released. Daniel Enquist is a free agent now, 28. We left, and it was all downhill for him there, which is fair because, like, on paper he's a rubbish player. Right. Okay. Here we go. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Big game against Bayer Leverkusen. So, Night of Knees in. Welcome in, my dude. You've been busy at work these past days. What have I missed yesterday and so far today? Right. We are 5 games away from the end of the season, Night of Knee. We had a crazy stream last night. We lost 4-1 to RB Leipzig, which is kind of understandable. Away from home, they're a very, very good team. We then drew at home to Wolfsburg 2-2. A very disappointing game. We twice took the lead, and then we twice gave it up. And then we won away from home 2-0 against Augsburg. All pretty standard, that. All pretty standard. Then the next 2 games, we won 4-0 away from home against Heidenheim, and 5-1 against local rivals and team that are definitely better than us, Eintracht Frankfurt. Which is crazy. Today we started with a defeat away against Stuttgart, who are in 4th, beat Werder Bremen, drew with Schalke. Big games coming up now. We are 6 points clear of Gladbach in 8th, so we're looking to hold on for European qualifications. So DM Baser said that's a solid move regarding Rantanen. Indeed it is. Absolutely is. It's 4 a.m. for Fordita. That is crazy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Ladislav Armasi says the manager clearly didn't watch your video. Indeed. So Captain Zeep is going to give respect my midfielder. I do miss it. It's only Jorginho, about as pacey as a traffic cone. That is a fair comment. So, Welsh Smithy, 45 million for him. Yeah, that's a definite yes. Definite yes, man. Oh, you got to take that for a 34-year-old Jorginho. No doubt about it whatsoever. So that's what Captain Deep was referring to. He's going to give as much respect to Jorginho as Jorginho gives to leg day. So Crudmo says a former nonce defender. Nantes. You know what I said. So Marek the Goat Hamzik playing for Gothenburg. I wish. It's got to be. You know, you need those. That's what you love about FM, isn't it? When you see the weird players going to moves you would never expect at the end of their career. So Crud, mate, it'd be proper funny if you were older and you do that proper Chelsea thing about Crud Chelsea players from the 80s and 90s. Craig Burley, proper Chelsea indeed. Proper Chelsea, Craig Burley. David Rocastle, I swear he's proper Chelsea, right? Roy Bentley, proper Chelsea. Ladislav, our massive fan, says my dad probably isn't old enough to know those guys. Oh, that's sickening. Born in 1985. What a fine year for someone to be born. The best of years to be born, some might say. I certainly would. I most definitely would. Right. Mousehund, Muller, Huyin, Stefanov. This is our preferred lineup, I think. 2 Beck rather than Mousehound. We've got that cover base against them being 2 up top. I've got someone outside. That's okay. No, it's not. Let's pop So Selke's out again. Yeah, we're running with that. We are running with that. Are you like 9, says Crodmo. Okay, he's 40. He could have gotten a kid at 20-ish. Indeed, exactly. So watching you while scouting some players, man. Fair enough, Audita. Any interesting players coming up? TM basis, bloody children, 80. I mean, like, that's perfectly reasonable. 18's I mean, let's fight. Okay, I was going to say, wouldn't we all wish to be 18 again? I don't know if I necessarily want to be 18 again, but I certainly wouldn't mind being younger. Right, is there a no pressure? The only one there is go out there and enjoy yourselves. So let's do that. Let's give that a try. Let's beat Leverkusen. We owe them the last time out. We were absolutely destroyed. It was only 3-0, but we were fortunate in many respects there. So let's get our revenge. And our revenge might look like a draw, to be honest. I'd be delighted with a draw. Adley with a corner, 4th minute, swings it in. We don't clear it. Here's Havertz. Adley to Semi. Semi, he's got a semi. He's got a semi. That semi is high. There's an early chance, though. Another corner. Is this just going to be a game of us not being able to deal with second phases of corners? Havertz sends it in. Taps over, gets it. We didn't deal with the first phase of a corner. That's the problem there. 1-0. 1-0 to Leverkusen. This is not a good start. So your dad is the same age as Mustermann? He is indeed. You'll never sing that. Like, we've never seen him and Mustermann in the same room, though. Exactly. But Ladislav, our massive fan, as perhaps hinted by his username, isn't half Greek. Skitter sends it across. Schmidt hits the post. Oh, no, and here comes the counter-attack. It's 3-on-2. Frimpong plays it to Boniface. Boniface holds it up, and Schmidt gets back. What a legend Schmidt is there. Shame he didn't score the goal, though, because then we wouldn't have even had to worry about the counter-attack. But here we come, Nürnberger. Nürnberger comes inside with the ball. Nürnberger keeps on going. Fabian Nürnberger with the goal.
Darmstadt's scoring, Aradalo's glowing, Nick has got us going
Get in. Fabian Nürnberger just kept on going. No challenge came. It was like, why on earth no one making a challenge? I might as well shoot. And shoot he did into the bottom corner. Boom. So, was I still rocking the long hair in your 20s? I most definitely was neutral normie. I mean, other than like a couple of spells over the last 25 years, I've essentially had long hair since I was about 14. Semi. Cross to Adley. Adley playing Semi again. Semi shot. It's deflected. It's behind for a corner. Right, now we're going to encourage once more. Maybe a little bit of encouragement whilst we're not winning. We'll have a more positive response as Tapsoba wins the header again. And it goes harmlessly over this time. Although the hair is... There is a good chance that the hair might be being cut relatively soon. As Skitter is in behind. His shot's deflected behind for a corner. Almost deflected in, to be fair. That took a wicked bounce. Right, Garrido with the corner, out swinging, and that's claimed by Delorge. Okay, so it has this game has been mainly set pieces. Here's another one. Havertz sends it in, taps over, knocks it down. Semi with a shot. Sahinovic saves. He wasn't offside. Apparently. Interesting. Right, Adley's going to take this corner. Schmidt gets it clear. Semi once again is the man to collect. So, can I'm no longer want players staying forwards. I need an extra player back there. Trying to deal with that. We've got the zonal marks. We've got the... Can I say... I can't say 100% who I want him to mark. So, edge of area there. This one to the centre. We're actually going to pop you short, and we're going to send it short. Let's just go with a couple of changes. What happened to Bayer there? No wonder he's injured. He teleported and ended up standing straight from a run. That's not good. That's not good for him. Right. Nürnberger with his customary yellow card in the first half. Yet again, Havertz hits the wall. Guess what? It's a corner. Here comes the corner from Havertz. It's going to be sent in to the near post again. Schmidt gets there first, taps over, picks up the second ball, back out to Havertz. Frimpong from the edge of the area finds Guindo. Guindo's closed down, gets the shot off anyway, so Hinovic pushes it over. It's a corner. Oh, I'm tired of set pieces in this game already, as taps over, wins the header again, pushed behind by Sahinovic for another corner. FMGNG says very rare to see Semi and Skitter so close together. You don't want to see Skitter near your Semi, let's be honest. That would be grim. The Welsh Smithy, I will love it if we draw them. Indeed. I mean, that would be. Oh, we need a Kevin Keegan moment in the save for sure. Right, Jonathan Tah here plays it back to Tapsoba. Skitter thinks about closing down, then stops. He plays it back out to Tah, but Essa is the man coming back doing the defensive work. Garrido finds Brooks. Brooks all the way back to the keeper. Tubeck plays it forward. Sims drops deep, finds Rashidi. Rashidi's got space to run. Rashidi driving forward, sends the cross in, and it's claimed by Delorge. Oh, disappointing. Delorge sends it long. It's misjudged. It's completely misjudged, and Semi is away. Semi's going to get the cross in. Boniface to get there. Schmidt is... Sahinovic even dives for some reason. All a bit weird. It's another long ball forwards. Tubeck wins the header this time. Brooks back to Wimmer. Right, Garrido over to Esse. Esse turns. Esse has to go back. Can't find the ball through to the run of Nürnberger. Nürnberger just trying to buy some time as we move it back once again. Wimmer plays it into Esse. Esse with a shot from distance. Never going in. Never going in. So, sorry, let's see there. Ignores the Sammy, just slots it in. Yeah, just like Nürnberger. Why not? No one was challenging him. Just go for the shot. Right, dear bassist, I'm getting pineapple and jalapenos from Domino's tomorrow. Good choice. A great choice. Yes, Havertz back at Bayer is definitely a nice story. As Adley goes to make it. Okay, another good save. I'm apparently Sahinovic's rating just went down for that save. He went from a 7 to a 6.9. So we've praised him because he's made a lot of good saves so far. I want to say some nice things to him as a result. We are very fortunate right now to be 1-1, but that is very much what I expect. We're going to struggle. We're going to see who's pulling the strings for Leverkusen. So they haven't had that much of the ball really. But what we can see is Yassine Adley. Those chances are all coming from most of them I think come from set pieces, right? They all look like set pieces to me. We've got two there. Are they? They might not be actually. Those don't remind me of any of the free kicks we've seen. But Havertz's ones there are from corners. That's difficult for us to do much about in terms of like we don't. I will check, but I don't think we've got tackle harder on. So trying to stop them from getting corners might be a little bit tricky. We can see that Guindo and Tar are losing the ball a reasonable amount. We might try and encourage them to play to those players a little bit more. So we've not been creative enough. I am bringing off Tubeck because of that missed header. I'm bringing off Nürnberger because of his yellow card. So that's those two changes there. Opposition-wise, they have bought off Bayer because of that injury. Teller's come on. We're going to look to mark up the players in midfield and attack. And we're going to look to press these guys here, show them onto their outside foot. We are not going to mark fullbacks. We will press them once they... Actually, so that's what I want. I want easy pressing on these guys. Try and force them out into the wide areas there. We do currently trap inside, so we're going to trap outside there. Yeah, we don't have get stuck in on. We're going to increase the tempo as per standard and head into the second half. Yeah. So Arsenal in disguise, says Maestro. Perhaps. Are they Leverkusen in this save or just regular Leverkusen? Welcome in, by the way, Brazilian Fury. Lovely to see you. They are still Leverkusen, I believe. It's been all Bayern Munich, apart from last season where Dortmund finally broke their chokehold. Right, that's beautiful work moving through the press. We play it along. Skitter feeds Brooks, newly on at halftime. He's into SA with a turn and a very, very weak shot. That turn could have been a moment of legend. Instead, it resulted in something kind of underwhelming. So it's a good start to the second half, at least. I seem to be doing a little bit better in that regard. Thank you for the hydrate, Bill. Leverkusen have made a change. Here, from the throw-in, it's absolutely messed up, and Frimpong with a shot. Sahinovic tips it over. How is Sahinovic under 7? Oh no, Ladislav, massive fan. Patrick Schick just scored against you. That's a bugger. Unless you're about to tell me that you were already 3-0 up. Taps over with a header. Sahinovic. I think Schmidt is our best aerial threat, right? Surely? No, it's Wimmer. So I'm going to ask... aerial defenders. It's Wimmer. I'm going to ask Wimmer to player mark. And then zonal mark near centre. Far centre there. Just to see if maybe we can get a bigger body on taps over. They're still going to have chances. Right, Brooks, Skitter plays it out to Rashidi. Rashidi gets it out of his feet. Can he get the cross? And he can indeed. Sims! Oh, that could have been the chance. A big moment there. The block from Tar. Garrido takes the corner, plays it short to SA. SA swings it into the far post, but Hincapi gets it clear. Rashidi's the one to gather. Wimmer. We are very, very aggressive with our attacking set pieces, which I'm happy with in terms of bodies. Right. Excuse me. Garrido is on a yellow card, so he's going to come off and he's going to be replaced by Muller. Muller's on. We put Brooks back into that more attacking role there. We are going to bring on Linson for SA. Let's see how we do. Into the last 15-20 minutes. Right, Muller plays it across to Brooks. Oh, Brooks had the chance. What? Take the shot, Brooks. Just ignore me. Ignore me, Brooks. Ignore me.
Sims with no fear. Sims for Darmstadt. Sims with the winner. Sims scores if it's home or away. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord knows you can play.
Get in, Ellis Sims. The cross comes in from Skitter. Sims is there at the near post. It's the second phase of a corner again. We are 2-1 up against Bayer Leverkusen. It does mean we are going to drop tempo, not all the way down this time, just back to where we started. And our last change is going to be Brooks at some point, but we're not going to make it straight away. We're going to give it a couple more moments. Fresh legs, possibly bringing on Yu Hin. Or are we? Because Leverkusen are in behind with Frimpong. It's a great challenge from Mousen coming across. Brought on at half-time. Good reading, but here's the corner. Mousen is the one to get the header there. Tar, second time, onto the roof of the net. Focus, guys. Focus. This is quite something. As Linson lines up the free kick, it's saved by Delorge. He went around the wall rather than over. Didn't catch the keeper out, though. Right, 86th minute. Andre Brooks is off. We're bringing on... No, we're going safe. We're going with Bonch. Let's not put... I was thinking like maybe a full back on would give us more defensive quality there, but that's all right. Skitter's with the corner now. He's surely going to play it short because that's what happens when we have a short option. And he does. Muller swings it into the far post. Tar gets it clear. Teller, can he get there first? He can't. That's the highlight over. We have got 5 minutes of injury time. Where do they keep on coming up with this injury time, man? Carvalho now. Carvalho sends the cross in. Wimmer's there first. Can Teller bring it down? He sends it back in. We get it clear. Sims with the ball now. Bonch plays it to Rashidi. Rashidi's running nowhere. Plays it inside to Mbamba. It's a bad pass. Mbamba loses out. Adley with the ball now. Adley pushing down the left. Sends it back to Havertz. Havertz loses out to Rashidi though. Linton can get it clear, or he can do that. Mousen steps in. Just get rid of the ball, guys. Could we stop just standing there and waiting for ourselves to get tackled? That'd be great. Right, Skitter plays it into Sims. A chance for us to counter, but no. Havertz wins the ball. Frimpong comes away with it. Juric is in behind, and it's over. It's over. Down to balanced. Ball winner. Support. Tempo down. 3 minutes to hold on. 2 minutes to hold on. 1 minute to hold on. 0 minutes to hold on. 0 minutes to hold on. Come on. Come on. That's got to be it. That has to be time. That is surely the end of the game. Get in. Beautiful stuff.
Win for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
My word. Like, you know, it's a very, very even game when it comes to XG. They had more shots, but we had more of the ball. We did really, really well in that second half. My word. My word. That is huge. Huge, I tell you. So Leipzig did win their game. That doesn't change that, but they're now 9 points. 9 points ahead of Gladbach. They still have a game in hand. They haven't played yet this weekend. Marvellous stuff. Training, rest, 1 day. Beck might have played his last game for us, though. A little bit disappointed with his performance. He came off at half-time because of that poor misjudgment of the ball. There we go. There we go. Sims, proper toffees. Proper toffees indeed. Isn't racist enough to be proper Chelsea, surely? Oh, wait, toffees. That's fine. Yeah. He's the right amount of racist for Everton. Very few people are racist enough to be proper Chelsea. Oh. Ladislav, our massive fan. Why do you hate Sims? He has one career Premier goal. Guess who against? That's fair. That's fair. It's bigger than huge. It's large. Nice reference. Nice reference indeed. El Norby's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? Darmstadt are the winners. We are. Right, Köln, do us a favour. Köln are in 17th. But if they win today, that would be really, really nice. Europe, here we come. It feels like it's possible. It really, really feels like it's possible. My word. Welcome in, by the way, Nandinho FC. Yes, we are currently in Season 7. So this is our... We arrived at Darmstadt 2.5 years ago. This is our second full season. We got promoted to the Bundesliga in the first season. We're currently in the European spots in our first Bundesliga season. It's incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. We still don't have much information on Matthew Smith. Still on marginal knowledge.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Zerachel, true to his word, has gifted a subscription to Crodmo. What an absolute gentleman you are. What an absolute gentleman you are. Wow, bless you very kindly. So Ladislav, our massive fan, claims that he got Potter sacked from Chelsea. That was the inflection moment. He would have been charged versus Real Madrid if it wasn't for Sims. Some bold claims there. I think the writing was kind of on the wall with Potter, though, wasn't it, really? I mean, I think even if the way that Chelsea operate, even if they won, they probably would have sacked him. Leipzig lost. Did they now? They did. Oh, yes, because no, well, I thought we were closer to them. Ah, yes, because we drew against Schalke. They were then 3 points ahead, so Leipzig lost. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Gladbach. They lose. That's 9 points there. Gladbach lost. Gladbach lost. Okay. There are 12 points remaining. We're 9 points clear of Gladbach. 4 points is enough to guarantee us Europe, which would be absolutely astonishing. Absolutely crazy if that was to happen. Let's get these players in for their games. That's going to be, I want Clinton playing 60, Guy playing 60, youngsters playing 90. We're not going to risk Selke. I really hope that Selke's going to be fit enough for at least the last game against Hoffenheim. I very strongly doubt he's going to play the game against Bayern. Because Sims seems to be in form. So, yeah. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. So, why Gormy? All right, my man. I'm off to record a video for tomorrow, doing a save announcement and channel update. Hope the stream goes well, and if I have time to pop back in, I will for sure try. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. I hope you have... I was going to say, I hope you have fun recording the video. I hope that it's a relatively stress-free process. Because I know the term fun isn't necessarily the right one to use. Right, Ladislav says, but instead we got a Lampard masterclass with Kante, Gallagher, Sterling front three. What a front three. What a front three. How could you want anything more? Right, it's raining. It's raining in Hungary. You're fine, though. Interesting. That's cool to hear. Is it heavy rain, or is it just that miserable early year rain? It's February, isn't it? Let's face it. You know, we kind of expect it this time of year, surely. Right, Quadmo says, I think the thing about Chelsea is that their owner is a lunatic and is no more than about 6 seconds away from sacking a manager or signing a player. Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't really matter. El Norby, are you reaching Europe? I think we are. I think we are. And Rich says, then Chelsea, with Potter, Chelsea beat Real Madrid, go on to win the Champions League, and Potter is named Manager of the Year. On the tides of fate and small things we row our boats. Indeed, Rich. How you doing, my dude? Welcome on in. Neutral Normie, 22-23 Madrid were ass. A proper coach would beat them every time. I mean, so would Chelsea. I love Graham Potter. I think Graham Potter's a brilliant, brilliant coach. I'm delighted to see him doing well. I wanted him to succeed at Chelsea, but that Chelsea team was bad. It just, you know, I don't know who would have saved them, to be honest. El Norby did my training, so that means DM Basis deserves some cookies, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. I like that system. I very much like that system. Like Mudryk wins the Ballon d'Or. That would be bold. That would be bold. Quadmo wants cookies. I want cookies. I think we all should have some cookies, to be fair. Ladislav misses Mudryk. Obviously, it's only Conference League, but is making good strides this year after a fine year under Poch. I think fine as in okay, yes. I think that Mudryk, if Mudryk wasn't a £100 million signing, I think people would just be, yeah, he's a solid player. I don't think there's anything that necessarily makes him, say, significantly worse than Madueke or Sancho. All the players are quite streaky. Consistency isn't necessarily that great with them, but they all have their moments. But that price tag is far, far too much for anyone to overcome, you would say. DM Basis is not sure why he's getting cookies, but I'm a fat bastard and will always accept cookies. In fact, what do I have in the way of biscuits? Fuck it, I'm having cookies. Well, actually, I'm having Sainsbury's ginger snaps. That's what we're going to go with. Nothing is better than someone biting into something hard on stream. Biting, just to be clear. No sucking. Will mute as I chew, though. Right, here we go. Hamburg playing a 4-3-3. I'm going to stick with the cover in the centre. I'm a little concerned. But yeah, I think that we'll see how that goes. Guido doesn't need to mark because there's no attacking midfielder. The bench we'll see. Guy on there, Linson on there, Selke on the bench. Garrido wasn't great, so we're going to bring in Mbamba. Schiffel's back in. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Ginger snaps, you're showing your age now. Oh, yeah, there's nothing wrong with a ginger snap, right? Ginger snap is a great biscuit. Oh, is that an old man biscuit? Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I'll be honest, the reason why I have ginger snaps is because I tend to cross them up and have them with yogurt. I like a nice firm biscuit to have and like add some texture to yogurt. Now I'm showing that I'm an old bastard. Right, West Ham are winning, by the way. I don't know what Leicester were thinking when appointing Van Nistelrooy. Leicester were thinking, hey, he won a game with Man United, let's swoop now, regardless of if he's any good or not. At the same time, I would expect West Ham to beat Leicester. Cross comes in, Skitter. Oh, Skitter misses from like 4 yards. Oh, Skitter. Thing is, okay, in all seriousness, says Rich, Potter made a good start at Chelsea, but then a pile of injuries and an influx of players so big the dressing room and meeting rooms weren't even big enough. He was doomed. I think that's fair. So Welsh Smithy says it would have been interesting if Mudryk moved to Brentford. Yeah, I think like a more a team with lower expectations would have been great. Right, there's an encouraging start so far. So this is where we're about to concede. Let's hold fire on the shout. And Bamba plays it into Skitter. We're going to try and get Skitter to see through the half. Nürnberger back to Schmidt. He has to go all the way back to Wimmer, who plays it into Mbamba. Here's Esse. It's a lot of this receiving the ball, taking a while to turn, having to go back. It was a nice attempt from Schiffel to play it through, not enough legs, and here comes Hamburg. Zumdick. Oh, that is Zumdick on the left there. Plays it in. Becker. Zumdick is in behind. Zumdick's shot is blocked. Bogovic is here now. Bogovic going to run down the right-hand channel. And here the chance goes. The chance goes, which is fine. Now we can say encourage. Yeah, so Skitter's will probably bring on Clinton. Standard change there. Here's Bruckner. Plays it forward to Simsir. Simsir back to Siebert. Bogovic now finds Lemata. It's going to move over surely to the right to De Silva Moreira. They then move it back inside. They're much better, much more flowing here from Hamburg than I feel we have been. Zumdick is the target. Wimmer gets in. Siebert, though, comes forwards. Siebert they're lining up on the edge of the area. It eventually makes its way to De Silva Moreira. And the shot was relatively easy. So it feels like momentum shifted. It certainly has. Standard thing here. Let's increase the... as soon as we respond to that, momentum magically disappears. Right, throw in. We're 5 minutes away from the half. A goal late on in the half would be quite nice. Esse back to Schmidt again. Here's Nürnberger. Esse is a good first touch. Esse, that looks like 4 penalties. That's surely like they all fouled him there. There were feet flying in everywhere. Give us a penalty, ref. I mean, I didn't see any contact, but that doesn't matter. Right, Bruckner. Here's Bogovic. Maybe it's going to be Hamburg with the goal late in the half. Spread all the way out to De Silva Moreira to Lemata. Nürnberger, though, steps in. Now you play it back. No, you won't. We pass forwards. Look at this, forward passing. There we go. That's what we're used to now. Esse into Mbamba. Mbamba's being crowded out, has to go home. But he's now got the chance that... Sims. Like, that ball was past you and you just kind of nonchalantly ignored it. Right, Elise Selker's coming on at half-time as well. Yeah, so we started well. I feel like we didn't really have any chance in that second half, the second half of the first half. So let's tell them that they're not doing well enough. Double change. It's going to be Hlinson and Selke on. That's what you get if you don't like go for the ball. It was there to be had. But generally speaking, I feel kind of okay with that. What we're going to do is I wasn't 100% certain here. So we're going to put him on just regular defend. We're going to ask him to mark tighter. Make him focus on Zumdick, who's got loose a couple of times. But we're not going to pop these guys on cover because they weren't covering. Or are we? No, we're not. let's see how we get on. So account asks, do I always play a back three even if you're playing against one striker? Pretty much, yes, for this iteration of the tactic. A back three is what we're building around. I like what it does in terms of keeping us secure. I think we've got the third best defence in the league, which is quite nice and made us very, very difficult to beat. Right, chocolate hobnobs are the way to go for dunking. Chocolate hobnobs are a fine choice, no doubt about that. Mikkel Brensis with the corner now. Swings it into the near post. Wimmer gets it clear. And guess what? Second phase. It's a player. It's back with Hamburg. De Silva Moreira. He's created space. Shot is wide. The whole goal was gaping there as well. That's a big chance. Right, a throw in now. It's with Nürnberger to Mbamba. Mbamba gets it back again. Plays it all the way out to Rashidi. Rashidi's got an angle to shoot. Unfortunately, he fires it over. So, I mean, we are still, like, ahead in terms of XG, but I don't feel good about this game. Oh, that was close. That was very, very close. Right, lovely, except for the coffee. Substitute for a chocolate tea. Chocolate tea sounds interesting. Right, Brooks is about to come off because he's on a yellow card and he's tired, as is Mbamba for that matter, so we might be changing both of them. Vincent's second chance. Hindley's in behind Brooks. It's an open goal. It's an open goal, and you know what that means.
The team will love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mikel Arvidsson.
Well, there's a great chance from Vuskovic, but it fell very, very kindly into Brooks' path. It's an open goal. There's nothing they could do about that. We though are ahead, and he is still going to come off though, because he is still on a yellow card and he is still knackered. So our change here is going to see Müller and Mausend on, like so. And we'll drop that tempo back down. And the last change is probably going to have to be Schiffel. And or are they going to equalise beforehand? Ah, Linson comes away. There's a chance for us to break. No! 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 Brooks was over. Okay, here comes Hamburg. Petri with the ball now. Plays it to Mikkel Brensis. Mikkel Brensis is going to play it down for the line and to Silva Moreira. It's a good save from Sahinovic. It's an important save from Sahinovic. What were you doing, Linson? The man was over on the right, breaking through. He was surely shouting at you something like, "Play me the pass, you bastard." Right, we're keeping Schiffel on. He's playing well. We are bringing off Rashidi, and it's going to be Hu Yin. We'll see a little bit. I've liked Hu Yin. He's done pretty well, even if he keeps on picking up yellow cards. So Rich doesn't do cow's milk these days. Everything is black. Fair enough. I probably shouldn't do cow's milk any day. I'm pretty certain that I am lactose intolerant, but I have zero desire to get that confirmed because I'm not going to give up milk. Milk and cheese is just too good. Right, Schiffel into Hu Yin. Hu Yin plays it to Nürnberger. Nürnberger back inside to Wimmer. Wimmer finds Mausend. Mausend can do something here. No, he just plays it safe. Schmidt over to Müller. We're very slow at moving it from one side to another. Esse finds Selkers. Selkers going to play it out wide. That's a lovely ball. Müller now sends the cross in. Selkers there. Davy Selker. Yes, get in.
Davy, come on, Davy's the answer. Because you may be a striker and you score for Darmstadt. Davy Selker. Davy Selker. Davy Selker.
I think that's goal number 9 for the season. Goal number 9 for Davy Selker, our top scorer. Beautiful stuff. And it started with him. He dropped deep. He picked up the ball with his weaker left foot, sent a beautiful ball out to Müller, and then attacked the box. That's beautiful stuff. That is what you want to see. And now Esse's in behind. Esse, oh, he went for the chip. That would have been the icing on the cake. Zeno de Bast playing for... I assume that's Zeno de Bast playing for Hamburg there. Right, Becker plays it to Heller. Heller back to Vuskovic. Do Hamburg have something late in them? Do they have some late dick? They don't. Actually, that's the problem. They no longer have some dick up front. So that's why they're lacking penetration.
I'm sorry. Mikkel Brentis with the corner. Sends it in. It's going to be at that near post again. Wimmer's the one who gets there. Petri gets there before Muller. Sahinovic claims the cross. Just see things out now, guys. See things out. Down to bounce mentality. Not going to put time wasting on. I don't know why. I just couldn't be bothered. Becker with a throw-in. We are past the 4 minutes of added time. Is there anything happening? There isn't. Beautiful. Beautiful. You know what that means.
Win for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
We're gonna win the fucking league. Right, that takes us ahead of Leipzig. They have a game in hand, though. But that is 2 goals for a goal difference, which is great. We are still 12, still the same situation with Gladbach. They haven't played yet either. Skitter's only out for 2 days, which is great. But we have surely secured European football now, which is incredible. Absolutely crazy. Our next game is against Gladbach. So even if Gladbach win, it is very much in our control now. Why are you retiring, Davy? You still got it. I know, man. Leicestry's in. Welcome in, my dude. Both goals scored when you logged in. You're welcome all. I am welcome. Thank you very much, Leicester. You star. So am I lactose intolerant? Me too. I said, I think I am. I'm not going to get it checked. I am going to live in ignorant bliss. Rich is slightly lactose intolerant, you think. Used to drink cow's milk, but stopped and felt better without it. Then ordered it in a coffee by accident and felt really sick. So I think my body rejects it now. It's not used to it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like, even if you're not lactose intolerant, we're not meant to drink cow's milk. Cow's milk, quite famously, is for cows. So it makes sense that if you haven't drunk it for a while, you're going to feel quite ill. But all that said, it still tastes good. Still tastes good. And it won't stop me, unfortunately. But you don't miss it. Fair enough. Perfectly happy with black coffee. Also, things like cheese are fine still. That is something I would miss. Yeah, but if I'll be honest, and with at the risk of things getting bleak, but if I couldn't eat cheese, I am booking a trip to Switzerland, and I think the Dignitas Clinic is waiting for me. There is no point without cheese. Cheese is the greatest thing that has ever existed. Right, we've got a scout report back on Kamil Wojcik, who wins 77% of his tackles, 81% of his headers. A young left-footed libero, can jump, brave. He isn't injury prone. I don't need to sign Kamil Wojcik right now. He wouldn't be interested in joining anyway. There we go. There's that problem sorted. I will keep on our scouting on those players there. Have Gladbach paid their game in hand? They have, and Gladbach have lost yet again. We're in Europe. We're in Europe. What a season. And we are currently tied with Leipzig, and I assume it has to be on head-to-head between the two of us. Because we've both scored 43. We've both conceded 28, which is marvellous. What are the rules there? So, goal difference, goals scored, results between teams. Yeah. So it's going to be that 4-1 defeat to Leipzig is cost us, which is fair. That is fair. So Crudmo's always drunk milk, like milk, not in tea coffee, so I couldn't live without it. Yeah, fair. I don't think you can check for intolerance. You can check for allergies, but the two things are significantly different. Fair enough. Right, outstanding Moneyball insight. Cow's milk is for cows. That's why you come here. You come here for the incredible scientific knowledge. Ladislav Massi is 3-0 down versus Napoli from 0.19 XG. That is brutal. That is truly brutal. Oh. Right, let's get those players in for this stuff. Tubeck, Yin, Muller on a 60. All the youngsters. I should probably have dropped some of these youngsters down by now. That's right. We're not going to tire Selke out. He's come back. He's proven that he's got a part to play. He doesn't need those games. We might give him the start next game. Calm down, Wallace. Indeed. Cheese contains the least amount of lactose from the dairy product. That's interesting. Fair enough. Makes sense then. Oh yeah, they do great cheese in Switzerland. Yes, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yes, 100%. Right, the Quez is in. Booking trip, sees cheese commercial at a Swiss airport, stays for the cheese. That would have to be it. That would have to be it. Right, I'm mostly lactose-free cheese, but normal cheese are fine too. Well, I suppose as well that if there's a relatively low amount of lactose in cheese anyway, it kind of, like lactose-free cheese isn't going to taste that much different. So, should be all right. Clap. All the claps are coming in for Europe. It's incredible. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Nürnberger wins goal of the month for dribbling it all the way down the pitch. Unchallenged by Leverkusen. Nah, until it's mathematically confirmed, I ain't clapping yet. Been hurt too many times. Lestry, it's mathematically confirmed. It is mathematically confirmed. Gladbach lost. So there are 3 games remaining. There are 12 points between us. We are in Europe, statistically speaking. Thankfully, I never cap Leicester players on fantasy football. Dear God, Cortiban, why would you? Why would anyone? It's questionable even picking them. What is the score in the West Ham game, by the way? I know that people are saying that West Ham are winning, but is it an absolute trouncing at the moment? Right, okay, so we've got an ad coming up in a couple of minutes. So what we'll do is we'll get up to the game, we'll pop for the ad, and then we'll come back for Gladbach. We've lost another player, being poached, this time by Eintracht Frankfurt, Goksu Atamaka. All good for that. Jan Zimmerman currently holds the club's record for most clean sheets in a Bundesliga season, or just most clean sheets in a season? Just most clean sheets in a season. That would be incredible for Sahinovic to seal that. We've got 3 games, so he needs to keep 2 clean sheets in 3 games, which is relatively unlikely, especially considering one of them is against Bayern Munich. Muller's out, that's fine. He's not a starter. We might consider putting Brooks on the bench then, so that he can be, Brooks and Muller are going to be the left-back choice. No, we've got Kozak. Actually, we've got Kozak. We'll bring up one of the youngsters. Right, okay, so it's 2-0 to West Ham. Fair enough. Right, this is the break. We've got the break coming up. I'm going to do my usual, go to the toilet, refill my drink. I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Right, as usual, we still have to wait for the break to end, but thought I'd come back a little bit early. So it's Souček and Bowen who scored. So the second might have been an own goal. Was it just like a big deflection then? Or like two players arriving at the same time? Rich says that the Guardian says Leicester looking bereft of confidence. No shit. No shit. As Leicester says, hard-hitting journalism indeed. Right, okay. So we're going to play a round of Player Smash. The way this game works is a little bit complicated, but don't worry, I'll explain the rules. You're going to get two sets of clues. Those two clues, I'll start that sentence again. Those two clues will give you the names of two players. The last few letters of the first player's surname will be the same as the first few letters of the second player's surnames. You need to smash them together. So, with the example we've got here, we've got a clue, which is the first hat-trick scorer in a one-legged European final since 1969, and that's Ademola Lookman. The second clue is a young Ajax midfielder recently arrived in Wales, which is Sivert Manswerk. Now, Lookman ends M-A-N, Manswerk begins M-A-N, so you smash them together across the man. A sentence I've often said, and then you get Lookmanswerk. Now, this is Quadmo's favourite game. He absolutely hates this game. He refuses staunchly to put together two names that have the same letters shared. Just throws out any old names out there. It's beautiful. Eunice struggles with this as well, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. It is a hard game, but hopefully it's worth it. So let's take a look at what our clues are today. Also, as we do that, I would like to point out that Quadmo did get Jeremy Goss and Ryan Flamingo on the other day that we did it, which was Flamingos. But here are our clues. We've got a highly sought after Rosenborg youngster and a player that has a penalty named after him. We've got be careful. This former Chelsea player might headbutt you. We've got be careful. This former Chelsea player might sleep with your girlfriend. We have a 1990. Oh, we've got the answers coming in. The 1996 Ballon d'Or winner. Napoli's all-time greatest scorer is indeed Matthias Sammer and Dries Mertens. And that, as Coritiba has rightly said, is Samertons. Beautiful work there. And Zerachol, just moments before, picked up on Hincapienar, which was, of course, the Ecuadorian at Bayer Leverkusen, and the South African who was sued by his girlfriend for not marrying her. And then we've got Naipanyenka. Welcome in the Lalocesian. Beautiful work. That was, of course, Sfera Naipan and Anton Panenka. Beautiful stuff. Now, we are getting close. We're getting close. Many of you have gone for Costa and Terry. It's not. It's a player's. The player's name doesn't end in an A, so it can't be Costa. But you are right on Terry. Now, the question is can you think of a Chelsea player whose name is going to either end in a T or a TE or a TER or a TERR? Now, is it a player that you necessarily think of as being a Chelsea player? And then the very last one is a World Cup winner whose sons are both international footballers, and a goalkeeper that's conceded 12 goals in 4 Premier League games this month. So you need to think about goalkeepers for teams that are a bit shit, perhaps. So Rich has suggested, could it be Kostanic? So I will confirm it's not Kostanic. The answer is Terry. The second answer is definitely Terry. And it's Lalo's in again. He's picked up onto Ramsdale. To Ramsdale is a very satisfying thing to say. Beautiful work there. And it's Lestry who comes in. Lestry gets it. It is, of course, Drinkwatery. Danny Drinkwater, who headbutted Jota when he was at Aston Villa. And that resulted in the end of his loan. Beautiful work, guys. Now, that was a tricky one. Sensational. Coritiba picking up Samertons. We got Zerachol in with Hincapienar. Lalo, though, picks up 2 points with Naipanyenka and to Ramsdale. Genuinely, to Ramsdale is such a fun thing to say. And then right at the end there, beautiful work from Lestry to pick up Drinkwatery. Drinkwater is not proper Chels for the record. Drinkwater headbutts his teammates. He is definitely proper Chels. If only Drinkwater had drummed more drinking water, indeed. And less alcohol. would certainly have helped. What was the top question asked, Zerachul? So the top question was something along the lines of, actually I can go back and undo that. Highly sought after Rosenberg youngster and has a penalty named after him. He got a red card for Chelsea under 21s for fighting literal children. Bless him. Bless him. Oh my God, I didn't get the Rosenberg one. I mean, Zerachul, I'm not going to criticise. You've got to zero in on one and focus. So it does make sense. It does make sense that you might miss him. It's absolutely fine. Right, here we are. Game against Gladbach. The game doesn't necessarily matter for Gladbach anymore, which is great news for us. It does matter for us though, because not just are we level on points with Leipzig, but we're within 2 points of Stuttgart. We'd have to win out realistically, and that's going to be a huge ask with a game against Bayern Munich coming up. But let's start things off well by putting Gladbach to the sword. Selke's into the starting lineup. I need to drop. Right, okay, we're going to pop Garrido in as the defensive midfielder and Bamba in as the volante. We'll start Brooks at left wing back though, because Nuremberg was picked up a yellow card in the first half of every game. Let's give Brooks the start there. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. We gotta. This will be the game we lose, right? Now that the pressure is off in the fight against them specifically, this will almost certainly be the game we lose. I'm going to say that midfield and attack I want to do good things. They didn't like that, or they were neutral to that statement. So here we go. Here we go. Right, and that's the worst thing a Chelsea player has done? Questions Crodmo? Yes, that's a bold take. A bold take. Dennis Wise, John Terry, I mean Ashley Cole as well. There's been, Mudryk. Maybe Drugs isn't that bad in the whole scheme of things. Mutu. But you know, like every team, every single team in the Premiership has had players that I think can be rightly described as a wrong 'un. Right, Leicester, I went straight to Norman Hunter for headbutting, but realised he was the Leeds player and it was Ron Harris I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. The days of proper football, says which, indeed, but proper should be spelt Propah. DM Basis, great minds think alike with Mutu. Oh, Enzo Fernandez too, yes. But Enzo Fernandez is absolutely fine. He's captain. Allow Mudryk, unnamed Premier League footballer. Sorry, yes, unnamed Premier League footballer indeed. Oh, Garrido takes the shot. Jonas Omlin's a good goalkeeper. It might be difficult to score against him. Let's see what we come up with here. We have had a few chances. We're only 12 minutes in. Some lovely first touch football there. Selke feeds him. Bamba. La 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 Bamba. La 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 Bamba. Ba la la be la la be la la Bamba. I did just sing La Bamba rather than Mbamba there as well. Beautiful, lovely first touch football. Then Selke does the target forward stuff of holding it up, finds Mbamba. 1-0. Boom. So went to watch semi-final Dutch Cup. How many games left? We're down to 3 games, Nick. Nick, we are in Europe. We made it. And what was the result of the Dutch Cup as well? There's a massive, massive result last night. Go Ahead Eagles beating PSV. Incredible stuff. Is that their first final in 60 years? Which is incredible stuff. And it does make sense, though, now, as Wamsas equalises. Boo! It's a great strike, though. So Go Ahead Eagles were originally called Be Quick when they formed in 1904. And I'm guessing the reason they changed their name was because they knew that it would take them 60 years to get to a final. But I think actually, so they were called Be Quick and then had to change to Go Ahead Eagles literally a year later. I love the fact that they just stayed with silly names. They're like, yeah, Be Quick, Go Ahead Eagles. Well, it doesn't need to make any sense. No reference to where we are or anything like that. Right, Essay finds Wimmer. Can we get back ahead? Bit disappointing. I do need to look at the stats and pay a bit more attention, but it feels like the only chance that Gladbach have had has resulted in a goal. There's been plenty of games this season where we haven't deserved to win, and we have, so I can't moan about that. Brooks finds Garrido, and Bamba's looking to make it. Essa! How did he miss that? How did he miss that? Right, Damar with the corner. Njai's the target. Is Romsas going to score another from the second phase? No, it's Njai with the header. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. Absolute bullshit. Oh my. Oh my, we're losing to Gladbach at home. It's been corners. They're our issue. Wimmer gets there. We can't deal with the second ball. We might need to have all our men back. We might need to just have all our men back from corners from now on in. It's a lovely header from Ndai to give them the lead. Let's increase. Here's a set piece. Damar swings it in. We get it clear. We don't clear it properly. Romsas with the shot blocked. It's behind for a corner. Oh dear, Selke doing Selke things. He absolutely was. Enzo isn't even captain. I thought he was. I thought there was the whole thing about him being made captain, right? Didn't that happen? I swear that was Maresca's first thing he did, right? Am I being crazy? Reece James is captain. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I swear Enzo was captain. Brooks sends it in, and Bamba can't get there. Rashidi gets there. They get it clear. Brooks heads it back in. Skitter beaten to the ball. Brooks once more. Brooks beats his man. Feeds Skitter. Here comes the cross. SA it doesn't quite reach him. That miss from SA looms large. Schifferl plays it back to Garrido. Garrido finds Rashidi. Rashidi's got to swing this in. He doesn't though. He finds Mbamba. Nathan Skitter. That's more like it, lads.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Dumb, stand, the goals are here.
Boom. That's what we needed. Just before half time as well. Cross comes in from Mbamba. La 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 Mbamba. So Enzo is the third choice after James and Chilwell. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, like Dan Baser says, can Reece James stay fit enough for long enough to be captain? It is a weird choice of captain, someone who rarely manages to see out a season. But I'm not happy. I am not happy whatsoever. And we are hopping to set pieces, defend. The counter-attackers both need to come back to the edge of the area so we have a little bit more options there. Otherwise, let's run with what we got and see if we can do better in the second half. Change from Gladbach, bringing off Milosevic. Nothing beats Quick Boys. Quick Boys is a great name as well. So many derpy names. Quick Boys, Be Quick, Go Ahead Eagles, Go Ahead Campen. Exactly. Crazy names. I love it though. Go Ahead Eagles were Leicester's choice on Ultimate Soccer Manager. What a game Ultimate Soccer Manager was. Right, Luka Nets here. Swings the cross into the far post. Juve wins it again. Sahinovic. Easy claim that time. Right, let's demand some more as well. I think we're going to be bringing off SA in a moment. Brooks sends the cross into the far post. And Bamba wins it. Hits the bar. Schifferl. Can we keep the pressure on? We're looking to do so. Selke again with some good link-up play. Rashidi now sends the cross in. It had to be that, man. It had to be that.
Davy, come on, Davy's the answer. Catching maybe a striker and just go for Darmstadt. Davy Selke.
It's that man. It had to be. He gets his 10th goal for the season. What a legend. What a legend. Luka Nets fires in the free kick. Skitter didn't need to head it then. He didn't need to head it then, but it's okay because Brooks gets there, clears it all the way back to Omlin. Omlin just holds onto it for a little while. Very little pressure. Oh, Omlin's giving it away. Skitter has got to score that. He does. There we go. That's what we needed.
We love the goals we dropped to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mika Aritalo.
There we go. That's exactly what we needed. 4-2 up now. Here comes the changes. The change is SA off, Linson on. I've not been impressed with Garrido, so on comes Mousend. And we'll stick with those two changes there. We might give a debut to Duvan Kozak as well, which will be quite nice. Go Ahead Eagles, proper Bolivian team name. There are some great Bolivian names as well. Obviously, the strongest are the one that stands out. Right, Brooks into Linson. Linson has space. Pick that out.
Darmstadt scoring, Aradalo's glory, Nick has got us going
Boom! Linson comes on. What a shot. He was in acres of space. Takes a touch, bends it into the top corner. What a goal. What a goal. Incredible. There we go. It was never in doubt. Never in doubt. 4 goals unanswered so far. Even now we're throwing the ball to them and we've still got possession. Brooks tries playing in Skitter. Runs a little bit too far and Njai gathers. Luca nets now. Plays in Amayamayar. Put down the line to Romsas. Selka is away. Selka down the right wing. Right winger Davi Selka. Mousen finds Linson. Linson from the edge of the area again. Just over. So, Cortiba, you're saying you're scared of a game against a 4th division side. I'm guessing this is state championship still, right? Surely the state champ... I know it's been a rough start. Surely once you know you're not going to win the state championship, the rest of the games don't matter, right? You just go, well, that's it done. We'll move on to something else. Right, let's give Dusan Kozak a debut. Let's bring on Hu Yin on the right as well. You know, no team has ever thrown away a 3-0 lead. So perfectly safe just bringing on the youngsters. Here is Hu Yin. Finds Mbamba. Mbamba finds Linson. Linson, it opens up for him again. Shoots straight at Omlin behind for a corner. We're bombing on now. We are indeed. Right, some great names here. Always ready. Destroyers, the strongest. Bolivia knows how to name teams. Lestri. That is a bold thing to say. I might have done too. I might have jizzed in my pants. I think in true Lonely Island style. Right, last change. Last change is let's bring Tubek on after his bad game the other day. Let's get him on for Schifel. Okay, so Lauren James, right? You're talking about Lauren James being good. She is if she can cut out the moments of madness, the petulance, and sometimes just right nastiness, she'd be incredible. It's a shame because, like, from a quality point of view, she's amazing. But yeah, the stamping and the not so nice bits are a little bit of a shame, and it does kind of ruin the perception of her, in my opinion, anyway. So there we go. You know it's coming.
For SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard Dose rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Right, Leipzig haven't played yet, so that's a false position right now. Stuttgart did win their game, but that is cracking. That is cracking. Get these guys rested. Next game, away against Bayern Munich. Nice, easy game. So, Cromwell was suggesting Coronel Bolognese. That's a good team name, but they're from Peru. Fair enough. So it's the Copa do Brazil already. Fair. We were outclassed by a 3rd division side in the state champs. Right, again, but, you know, it's not going to be your season. So who worries about those competitions? Just wait until the league comes around. This is all just about building fitness and destroying morale. Feels very much like it's destroying morale. Now, I have to say, credit where it's due to Gladbach there. We have conceded 31 goals this season, just under one a game. But those 3 puts Gladbach right up there in terms of teams who scored against us. Bayern Munich can't secure the league, can they? There's 5 points, so even if Dortmund lose... Leipzig won, but because they only won by 1 goal, it beat Bayern, by the way, we are ahead of them. Brilliant stuff. So now we just need to not lose to Bayern Munich. And they've just lost a game, so they definitely won't bounce back. They will be feeling really, really bad about themselves, and they'll just lay down for us. That's the hope. Injury proneness just runs in the James family, absolutely. She's young, probably dealing with lots of shit that lots of others don't have to. Yep, that's absolutely fair. But at the same time, it's going to... You can only judge them based on what they show and do. And I think that Lauren James's career is very much going to be blighted by those issues, and the memory of her will be blighted by those issues if they don't stop, ultimately. Now, there may be extenuating circumstances behind it. There might be things that kind of explain those moments, but yeah, it's kind of one of the risks, I suppose, ultimately. A bit like, she's not gone Eric Cantona level, but how it's very difficult to think of someone like Eric Cantona without thinking about him karate kicking a fan. Right, Kahutek, 7.5 million would be far too expensive for us anyway. Matthew Smith still only at reasonable knowledge there. Engley, we're up to extensive knowledge. Let's have a look at what he looks like. Pretty decent for an 18-year-old. We'll keep him on the shortlist. Absolutely worth keeping on the shortlist. We can't afford him right now, but definitely worth keeping on. So Lestri had a very Australia day yesterday. Had a huntsman spider crawl over my hand when I was doing the bins. Then 2 hours later, had the most dangerous snake by human deaths in Australia, and the 3rd most venomous in the world sliver past the front door. Lestri, why on earth do you live in Australia? Like, I don't deal with spiders. Spiders are something I cannot stand at the best of times, let alone a huntsman spider. Had a huntsman spider crawled over my hand yesterday, I would have been in bed for the rest of the day, perhaps for the rest of the week. That's what it would have taken to have recovered from that situation. So I suppose in that respect, at least I wouldn't have then had to have faced the snake. I would have not known about it because I would have been oblivious. But yeah, once the snake gets involved, I'd probably just call it for the day. I'd be packing my bags. I'd be moving back to the UK immediately. That is wild. That is ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Yes, in the nicest way possible. Why? The Emdorino, by the way, welcome in, my dude. Thank you very much for the follow. DM Basis says it exactly. Australia is mental. Nick encountered a frog today. I mean, that is wild. Right, so Coatib has answered the big question. The big question for today is, how would you solve Arsenal's striker crisis? And Coatib has gone for Brazilian lower tier goal machine, Leo Garmalo. I mean, surely that would still be better than nothing, right? Gotta be better than nothing. Nick says, also funny that the whole Netherlands is freaking out about some wolves. Some wolves? Is there, what's going on there then? Yeah, do explain more, Nick. Sounds fascinating. Aladasavar Masi has just played Udinese in the Champions League, 4th last season. Check their position in Serie A, and they are last with 9 points in 22 games. That, you know what they say about juggling 2 competitions? You know, they clearly can't handle it. Right, Al Norby says that's why he doesn't go to Australia. Exactly. Rich has a huge spider crawling around your living room. We seem to get them around here. So I do have a couple of spiders in this office. The reason I have a couple of spiders in this office is because I don't deal with spiders. So we can't communicate. Like, the spider doesn't speak English. I don't speak spider. But we have a mutual agreement. And that agreement is that if the spider moves out of its corner, I run out of the room and stay out of the room for like the next 6 hours. It's a really nice relationship we've got going. They don't know. That's absolutely fine. Thank God. Right, Ladislav says this is a generational deadline day in your save. Just got 100 million for your not 100 million good striker on deadline day. My word, the money is rolling in, absolutely rolling in. Right, Lester says Huntsman, whilst huge, and I mean huge, kill all the venomous spiders, so I enjoy having them around. The wife doesn't know. Snake, similar. They kill the pests, but I was much more happy having it on the outside of the house and not inside. If it was inside, yeah, I would have run for it. Like, okay, 100% fair. You don't want venomous spiders, so having one that will kill venomous spiders, that seems like a good thing. Could I suggest, and I do apologise if this is offensive at all, I don't mean to be, but no spiders. No spiders sounds much better. Right, so Al Norby's answer to the big question. He's going for Martin Adam. What a legend Martin Adam is. The Hungarian Viking indeed. Ladislav Almasi's gone for Almasi, of course. Crudmo took a spider out once. He was a decent bloke. A web designer. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. Right, so Nick says, as it seems, some packs of wolves crossed the border illegally from Germany. Multiple got shot by farmers whose sheep got killed. There's the government that has had multiple discussions about what to do with the illegal immigrants. My point of view is just let them be, protect your cattle. Now, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, Netherlands is the country of Geert Wilders, so I do expect that he has had a lot to say about the invasion of wolves from Germany. I do like the idea of the illegal immigration of wolves. I would. What I like more though is the idea of there being a legal mechanic, right? So that the wolves should have filed paperwork first, and then it would have been okay. Right, weight to turnover ratio. Not bad. We're at 49%. That is quite sustainable, which is good to see. Yeah, I've got to be happy with that. Heidenheim at 118%. Union Berlin and Hoffenheim at 110 and 100 respectively. That's less sustainable. There's a joke there about Germans crossing into the Netherlands illegally, but I shan't make it. Nick says, as long as they don't bite my children or dog, I'm fine. They can have my mother, though. Fair. Right, what scary animals like in England? So Crudmo suggests angry badger. Yeah, that's. I mean, badgers aren't that common, are they? I don't think I've ever seen a badger. Like a mildly peeved hedgehog. Dogs generally, isn't it? Let's be fair. It's dogs by people that don't know how to look after dogs. Probably is the most sensible answer there, unfortunately. Right, let's give Flinson the start. He deserves it for that awesome goal. Gonna give Mousen the start as well at the base of midfield, and we're going to drop down to a balanced mentality. Right, we don't need to mark because it's a 4-3-3. Some Bamba against Bamba potentially. What a matchup. What a matchup. So Lestry says, seems like they need someone who's good in the build-up, can be a bit of a pest and then can finish. So I'd go for a Sesko style player over a Watkins. Mateta, if they offer 50 million, I'll accept. I mean, yeah, I mean, surely if they'd offer 50 million for Mateta, you've definitely got to to accept that. Right, no pressure. I have faith. And then we're going to say to Davy Selke, I want to see more of the same. He doesn't care about that though. Davy Selke is getting the start away against Bayern Munich. In fact, let's do this. I haven't done a poll for a while. Let's pop a guesses out there. What will be the final score? We're going to say Bayern 1-0, Bayern 2-0, Bayern 3-0, Bayern 4+0, and Darmstadt win. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. I reckon it's going to be 5-1 to Bayern. I'm only allowed 5. I'm only allowed 5 things to put in the poll. Otherwise, we would have had more in there. Or we might be allowed more. I just don't know how to do it. This is going to be an absolute dismantling, without doubt. Ederson gets in behind, but Rashidi is back to cover. The highlight hasn't ended though. This is from the kickoff, and we move it out to Brooks. That's good play there from Schmidt. Brooks though goes backwards. We've survived the first 4 minutes. No, we haven't. We haven't quite. I said that too early. Davis finds Ederson. Ederson with the shot. We have not survived the first 4 minutes. Maybe it came after 4 minutes. Bugger. What are the scary animals in England? DM Basis says the answer is Glaswegians. That's probably a fair comment. A fair comment indeed. Right, only a few moments later, Bayern's free kick. We get it clear for a moment. Brooks, though, has to go back to Wimmer, who finds Mbamba. Mbamba finds Selke. He goes back to Scheffel. Scheffel forwards. Pass is intercepted. Tell to Sule. Sule to cut inside. Then plays it back. There we go. This is going to be painful. Right, we're already going attacking. I've pressed the wrong thing. Wait a second. Cancel. Attacking. The shout. I didn't want calm down. I wanted fire up. Yeah, it's 6-0 is our biggest defeat this season. This could tank our goal difference in that battle against RB Leipzig. It was a all-right save by Safinovic, went straight to the path of Sule, and that is 2-0. That is Alistair Johnston, the Bayern right back. Quite probably, I think it is. Let's have a look here. It is indeed. It is indeed. There's a highlight coming straight from the kickoff. Is this going to be 3-0? And we're not even outside of 10 minutes. Oh, fuck's sake. It's just giving the ball away time after time again. We've had more of the ball. Just. Not for much longer, though. So are koalas always baked? Asked Nick. Do we have a response on that? Yes, pretty much. Their cries were used as dinosaur noises in Jurassic Park, so it doesn't match their cute look. There's interesting. Skitter. We need the luck we can get, and Skitter hits the post, unfortunately. So in cuter Australian news, I had a koala, echidna, and a wombat encounter in the last 2 weeks. The joys of living in the countryside. That is considerably cuter. Far, and now we're down to 10 men. Is that our first red card of the season? Brooks is suggesting it was a dive. Oh, do I have to play the rest of this game? I might just watch the rest of the game with my eyes closed. Something like this. Actually, I'll do it like this so I can still read chat. So DM Basis went with the Darmstadt win with Selke to score. We can only hope. We can only hope there's an amazing comeback coming on. I can see some flashing out of the corner of my eye, though, so that probably means it's 3-0. Save scum, says Coratiba. Rage quit, says Zerachul. Is it 3-0? It is 3-0, isn't it? I can see... Where's the thing? I can see this bit greyed out here. Oh. Okay, let's watch. Okay, we have made a save. So this is A little bit like that Leipzig game where all the shots on target were goals, whereas this one we had a shot that was on target that wasn't a goal, but then landed straight at the feet of Sule, who scored. Right, here comes Bayern into Johnston. Johnston inverting. Tell, that's beautiful football. Just passing through us. Absolutely incredible football. Go back to bounce. What difference is it going to make? Calm down. Oh. Click the sim button onto the next one. No, we can't do that. We have to sit through the pain. You can still beat them, says Nick. Maybe. It's like Dorgu yesterday. I've got a lot of respect for Dorgu. Like the amount of times that you see an obvious red card like that go to VAR, the referee sends them off, and the player reacts like it's an awful decision. Absolutely shocked. While Dorgu made the challenge, I don't think there's any malice in it. Immediately went to the player. Sule, 5. Hey, they hit the post this time. Well, hey. Immediately went to the player, immediately apologised. When the red card came, he was just like, yep, I'm sorry. I've got a lot of respect for that. You don't see enough of that. 4 goals from 1.65 XG. Yeah, we have these bad games every now and then. It just so happens to be against a team as good as Bayern. Ah, well. What are we going to do to try and make this more bearable? Right, we're going to bring off the player on a yellow card, obviously. We're going to bring off Skitter as well. That's going to be Essa on. So we are going with the double Mazzalo approach. Shall look something like that. Mbamba. Mousehound to drop into Schiffel's position there. Mbamba to be the defensive midfielder. Garrido to take that role. Selke on top on his own. You know, just essentially an extra body in the midfield. It's going to be rough. If we can keep it under 6, I suppose we're doing all right. But that's Brooks out for the final game of the season. We will need results to go our way elsewhere if we have any chance now of getting a position higher than 7th. But 7th is amazing. You mean self-proclaimed Chelsea fan Patrick Dorgu, is he? Interesting. Why is he a Chelsea fan? That seems right. Cortiba wants us to play direct. I mean, I'm not that worried about that anymore. I'll do it, as you asked. Yeah, let's do it. Every time we've gone... Actually, let's do that up again. Every time we've gone direct, we've just not really achieved anything, which is why I avoid it going over the middle place, unless I'm really, really desperate. Carl with a shot, saved by Sahinovic. As you won 4-0, why did you declare the poll 1 at 3-0? I didn't declare the poll. The poll ended. So the poll was only on for like 3 minutes. It's the usual, hey, I know you're overachieving. We just want to remind you, you aren't that good. We have been brought down to earth. It's 5-0 now. Stop Bayern, Darmstadt already dead. We are. But it's all right. We had that like 4-0 win against Heidenheim, 5-1 against Eintracht Frankfurt. Games that we didn't deserve to win by those margins whatsoever. So it's nice to sit through and deal with it happening to us. By the word nice, I don't necessarily mean nice. Right, Schmidt. We did take play out of defence off, didn't we? Edison. There we go. We did indeed. So even when we play direct, we don't play direct. What does the momentum chart look like? Ooh. Positions. We're still remaining quite high. That's what I do want to see from us at least. And it does mean that we go above 1 goal conceded per game for the whole season. This is now what? I think this brings us down to 36 goals conceded. So that's a bit of a shame as well. But I suppose that comes with us having become a little bit more attacking in the second half of the season. Right, Stiller, lovely pass out to Musiala, steps inside. Musiala, it's a good save from Sahinovic. Poor Sahinovic, this must be a horrible game for him to deal with. Sule at the edge of the area. This is like Burnley versus Man City in the Cup when Company was in charge of Burnley. Indeed. Tell with the corner. Bouncing around, out for another corner. The crazy thing is we drew at home. We drew against Bayern earlier on in the season. But we aren't able to contain... I mean, to be fair, that has kind of been the way with a lot of games away from home this season. You know, like the Leipzig one. Actually, the Dortmund game was at home, wasn't it? The 6-0 defeat to Dortmund at home is probably worse than if we lose. Right, so we're down to 10 men, right? So I think that a 6-0 away from home with 10 men is considerably better result than a 6-0 at home with 11 men. What would be the point where it goes beyond worse? I'm guessing like maybe if it gets up to 9? 8. Maybe we call it like 8-0. No, 9-0. 10-0. If we lose in double figures, I'm moving the goalposts every moment. But yeah, if we lose in double figures, I think that's worse than losing at home 6-0. Gajic, back to Johnston. Johnston shoots from distance. It's a good save from Sahinovic. Just more sets of no pressure. You know, guys, there's not much you can do out here. I'm leaving you out there to essentially deal with a crappy situation. As Jamal Musiala makes it 6. At least though, they're having a lot of chance. I am skipping that. I might be willing to see through the game without skipping, but I'm not going to watch all the highlights of their goals. It's Nürnberger. Limp header. Gadget gathers. Finds Carey. Selke is back. Tries to clear it to no one. Stiller gathers. Bamba. Plays it to Johnston. Nice and easy for them to work through the lines here. Monterisi all the way across to Bamba. Davis now. He's been a little bit more constrained in the second half. Finds Carey. Back again to Bamba. They're just toying with us, which is fine. Musiala feeds Tell. Wimmer makes the challenge. Then I'm guessing that's kind of like a thing where Wimmer is stretching for the ball, gets a toe on it but can't quite stop it, and then they steer it in and they just don't quite have an animation for it. Yeah, okay, this isn't worse. So by Bayern having loads and loads of chance in the second half, the XG against is going up quite a lot, which makes the result feel less shit. Like when we were losing, 5-0 to 1.3 XG, that hurts. I think when offline, Musterman should watch the whole match in slow motion, analyse every detail. I absolutely should. I mean, I only need to probably watch the first 10 minutes because the game is over by that point. I can identify what's wrong since there. Oh my word, they're breaking the fourth wall by bringing on Brecht. There we go. There's a drama joke for you. Who got your one shot on target? I can't remember. It's 7. Jamal Musiala wins a header. That's a bit bad. Was that Moussend at the far post, or was that guy coming back to defend? So the header there, it is Guy. Okay, I can understand Musiala winning the header over Guy, the wing back. I thought that was Moussand, and that might have been Moussand's last game for us as a result. Right, can we do something in the last few minutes, or are we finally being put out of our misery? Now, there is only one right way to respond to this. Only one right way.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard Dose rejoices
We're going to win the fucking league. Well, that was rough. That was rough. I'm still going to tell them I'm still going to be very, very negative towards them because, even with 10 men, that is a horrible, horrible performance. That seals the title. No, it doesn't. Dortmund haven't played yet, so Dortmund could go up to 70 points for their next game. Leipzig were held to a draw. That draw takes them ahead of us now into the final game of the season. We can no longer catch up to Stuttgart, who are on 62 points. But I think both us and Leipzig are at home. There is a small chance. We need to win now. That's the main issue. Right, we'll confirm that. We're obviously not appealing. Humiliation. Absolutely. That was enough. That is probably grounds for dismissal, quite honestly. Right, let's move that back to attacking for the next one. It's going to be Nürnberger in over there. Any of these guys. Bonch. Selke's obviously going to play in the last game of the season. Clinton didn't deserve to be dropped in that situation. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much sticking with that squad, which is fair enough. So Nick wants us to pick up Jamil Siebert. You'll be fine. I'm happy with our ignoring the bad games. I mean, the fact that we've come in. Let's have a look at our XG league table here. We have the fifth best. That game obviously has hit it pretty hard, and we've actually conceded more than we should have done. We're scoring more than our XG as well. I mean, but the fact is, we are a really, really good defensive team in our first season in the Bundesliga. I'm genuinely proud of the players, which is a stupid thing to say because none of them are real. In real life, West Ham apparently starting to regain control. Is that according to the Guardian as well? Leicester reckons that Brooks deserves to be taken out back. He's got his fine. That's all as far as we'll go. He might get sold in the summer. Who knows? There we go. A solid wank match. Absolutely. I don't think there is a better word to describe that game than wank. That was truly, truly shocking. Opta's live win probability according to the BBC. West Ham win 97.9. Draw 1.9. Leicester win 0.1%. So you're saying there's a chance. Ralph Hasenhüttl areas from the boss. Indeed. Add Al Massi to that attack and we win 8-7. We might do. I mean, Al Massi is on our shortlist at the moment, isn't he? He's got no interest in signing for us because he just signed a new contract. But come the summer, that might be a different case altogether. And also with Selke's injury, we've seen that Sims can be serviceable at this level. He's been really, really good for us. The league's over. The league is over. Freiburg 0, Dortmund 0. 4 points separates them. Bayern Munich have won back the league. What is the final game of the season? Leipzig at home to 16th place Union Berlin. Yeah, we finished 7th then. That was good though. 7th is great. 7th is absolutely brilliant. But yeah. Oh, that's a shame. Now, there is a possibility that Leipzig draw. And if we win, that's great. We still got something to fight for. But yeah, it doesn't feel likely now, does it? They're surely not going to have anything other than a win against Union Berlin, right? Let's chuck you up. Let's pop you in. All these guys. Andre Brooks definitely going to play that. No, he's not. Andre Brooks doesn't get to stand in the way of our youth players playing games. Boo to you. Zerachal, what did the bookies have us as before the season started? We were like 700 to 1 or 500 to 1. Yeah, as you can see, we were expected to get relegated. There was, before the season started, so it was Hamburg, Schalke, Darmstadt, Heidenheim, and Union Berlin we were all very much around the same numbers. And then there was a jump up to the team in 13th. But I think like at times we were predicted to be 4th bottom, times we were predicted to be 2nd bottom. Yeah, it's been an amazing season. We have so far outgunned expectations, which is awesome. Really, really, really awesome. And we've got Europe. Like the players we should be able to bring in now as well, potentially. We're going to get at least 60 million in prize money as well, which is going to be crazy. We can potentially sell a couple of players as well. Their value is going to have gone up, only gone up during the course of the season, which is great. Right, youngsters on the bench. I need that to be a defender, really. Otherwise, we've got no defenders on the bench. Bill McCracken it is. But it is unlikely. So we are going to play a couple of the youngsters. That means Bonch, Hu Yin. How do I feel about Uda? Uda's not fast, is he? He's not slow. No, we'll stick with Skitter. We won't make that change. We will give Mousen the start for Schiffel. Actually, Mousen has agility, doesn't he? He does. So let's swap those two round. Put Wimmer back out on the right as well. So yeah, we'll go with something like that. Right, they're 2-0 down. I think it's because even when Leicester have had possession, no meaningful territory or goal threat. Is it been that? I'd say has it been that bad? I expect it to be that bad. Like there is surely nothing about Leicester that made anyone think that they could win tonight. Sorry if you already answered, but could an elite output left wing play in a front two? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you've seen from my Pauk series that, you know, granted I never played him at left wing, but we've used players like Zivkovic up front. We used players like Cholis up front. I love finding good wingers and then converting them into strikers. So absolutely. Right, Rich says, according to Flash Score, the XG in the second half is West Ham 0.02, Leicester 0.24, which is another way of saying very little is happening. These games are awful to live blog because there's essentially nothing to say. That's fair. That's fair. Right, Frederick Lortz, his contract is about to expire. They think he's 3rd division level. No disagreement with me from me there. Sure. They're not asking us to pay any wages. His contract's expiring anyway. Just offer him a free contract. Rashidi's making deferment. Our scholars are announced. Beautiful stuff. So Klopp is manager of Bayern Munich. I take it from that news there. He is indeed. See, there's some naivety. I should have at least checked the smallest of details, like who the manager is. Klopp was going to destroy us. Understand? No goalkeepers. That's a nice touch. Nice touch. Max went onto the bench. Sahinovic is going to have to play through injury for the last game of the season. Bless him. One game more, another game, another destiny. This never-ending road to the Conference League. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right, now a couple of chances. See, Rich, now that as soon as you like codified, you put it into actual words on the internet that the second half has been shit. There's been some chances. Perfect. So Ladislav is going for a Barcola Neymar front two. That does sound fun. Like the Quest says, converting wingers to strikers, it's the Brentford way. 100%. Right, Ladivine Ponytail. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. You love finding good strikers and turning them into wingers. The reverse. Beautiful stuff. Rich said, I've toyed with the idea of playing as a top club, but making all the attacking players defenders and vice versa. See what happens. It would be chaos. Unless you do it with like a retro database where you can... How about a retro database where you just sign players that can play other positions. So you end up with Paul Warhurst and Chris Sutton as your centre-back pairing. That should be quite fun, but possibly more achievable as well. Right, so Sahinovic, tight Achilles for a goalkeeper, not a great thing. Max Wendt is shit, but he's a third choice. That's why he's... Yeah, we're going to give... We might need to sub Sahinovic off early. We might find out that that's a bad idea. Yeah, let's go with that. In possession, that's all standard. They've got a player called Thales Wanda up front. That's a great name. Here we go. Here we go. So we need a lot to go our way to secure 6th place. But that's not to say it's not possible. 7th is amazing thing to fall back on if not. It's probably the updates are probably going to come in the bottom corner anyway, but we're not going to search for it. We're not going to try and find out what the score is if we can avoid it. Right, the idea would be chaos. Might be good to do with Man City. It does sound quite fun. AMLs, AMRs to wingbacks and the other way round. So into complete wingbacks and just didn't trust them to do any defending. It was a fun time in FM 1920. I mean, were you playing them at right back and left back, or were you playing them in the wing back strata? Because if you were playing them at full back, that would be an amount of crazy I strongly respect. Strongly respect. Right, Hu Yin finds Bonch. Wimmer, that was a good cross earlier. Unfortunately, we couldn't connect to it. Selke, his last ever game for the club. He's already a legend. He's only been here 18 months. Nürnberger's shot is blocked. Right. Ladislav Massey fans now really wants to sign Bremo. You got crazy money this transfer window. Sign Bremo. Sign Bremo. Maybe I try bringing Lookman home from Saudi as well. Destry in the fullback role. You madman. I love it. I love it. Right, corner. Headed away. There we go. Greenloud comes with the ball. So a 23-year-old Jamal just signed for Rosenborg. I've peaked my FM potential. That is obscene. That is obscene, Zerachel. Rich is suggesting Erling Haaland as a libero on attack. I think that could work. I think that could work. That would be mental. Right, Selke with the cross. Ozan Kabak gets it away. Wimmer. Pressure's still on. Esser to Schmidt. Pressure is less on. Here's Esser. Esser takes a shot from distance, just over. Knoll was scrambling, but he couldn't quite get it on target. Right, standard thing, increase the tempo. Let's do that. Momentum has been in our favour, but our chances haven't been that great. Some good low crosses. No one's got onto the end of them. A couple of pot shots from distance. Haaland has an overpowered centre-back card on FIFA, does he now? Interesting. Coritiba played a striker as a defensive winger because you had no right back. That's quite cool. How did it go, though? That's, I suppose, the key part of it. Embedorino says, hey, the stats you got below the commentary bar hasn't been released right. It hasn't been released right, no. It looks really, really shit at any other resolution than this. Leicester, a 4-1-2-3 formation with 3 strikers, central defensive midfielder as a halfback, and the 2 centre midfielders were box-to-box, an advanced playmaker on attack. Was the best time. Sounds good. Sounds really, really good. Thales wanders in behind, hits the underside of the bar. There's a big chance for Hoffenheim there. Crodmo, central defensive partnership of Bernardo Silva and Pedri. Could you imagine Bernardo Silva trying to defend like airily? Be incredible. But what about Robin Olsen as a goalkeeper on defend? Look, we're talking about putting players in positions they can't play. But that's just too wild. Far too wild. Le Divine Ponytail says he thinks the classic midfield left, midfield right wingers are very good in FM24. My 4-4-1-1 is wreaking havoc at the moment. That's good to hear. They are. I mean, I'm a big fan of from either position, AM or M, of both the winger and the inverted winger roles, which you can obviously use in both. I think they can be very, very devastating with the right players in control. They're absolutely incredible stuff.
It is now. It's four.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Rich Owens, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream, sir? Welcome on in, Raiders. Lovely to see you all, and what a marvellous time to arrive just as we lose a guy to a defender to an injury. Let's head on over and say hello. Hello! I should probably introduce myself properly. I'm MustermannFM. Welcome on in. We are currently in the final game of our first season in the Bundesliga with SV Darmstadt. It's the 7th season in the save, and we are currently sitting in 7th. We have just secured European football, which is awesome. Awesome. I'm genuinely bowled over, can't believe it. However, we are in a fight for 6th. We could jump above RB Leipzig if they don't win and we do win. Those are essentially pretty straightforward criteria. We were in a stronger position before this game though. Unfortunately, just before you arrived, we got absolutely cream crackered by Bayern Munich, losing 7-0 after we were reduced to 10 men. So here we are with the last game of the season, hoping that we can finish on a high. Maybe, just maybe, pip them to the post and get a 6th place finish. But we've not been particularly good in this game, to be honest. So Rich, stream was a little bittersweet. Finished the save I started at the start of FM24 and couldn't win the big one of the Save Legends, but it was still loads of fun. Now, I mean, I'm assuming that was What's the Story. A great series. Now, I have to ask, is if you couldn't win the big one, why does the save have to stop? Why does the save have to stop? You could keep on going if you wanted to. I mean, also if you don't want to, that's a pretty damn good reason to stop, to be fair. You know, a story doesn't need to have a happy ending. There is something quite enjoyable about bathos. But nonetheless, it is a shame that you haven't quite made it there. He needs a little time to wake up. I see. It's beautifully done, Lestry. Beautifully done. Right, let's tell them that they've been rubbish and then head on in. So, you just don't think there are any more stories to tell in this universe. That is fair. That is very, very fair. And sometimes being able to recognize when it runs its course is quite fair. So, Hamaz is in. Welcome in, my dude. Not sure what's happened with us at the moment. Such a shame indeed. Well, no, I do know what's happened with us. We are a team who are very transitional. And when we're a team that are very transitional, that requires a defence that knows what it's doing. As Davy Selke, that should have been the moment. That should have been the moment. We struggle defensively when we don't have that consistency back there. And we're not doing enough to mitigate that. We are proving Ange Postecoglou that being stubborn and not adapting is a thing that other coaches do as well. As Bonch with the header, it's a good save. A better start to the second half, by the way. That's a couple of very big chances there. Bonch's header probably should have been a goal. Selke definitely should have scored. His last ever game for the club. I say that like he's a legend. He's not. We only signed him 18 months ago. But he has come up with some very, very big goals. He's our top goal scorer this season with a astonishing, a quite mind-boggling. It's impossible to even conceive of the idea of just how many goals Davy Selke has scored, which is 10 for the season. It's not that great. In retro, Everett is a successful right-sided inverted wing-back for me. Clichy is learning the save. I love the sound of that, Rich. I love the sound. And to other Rich, Mr. Owens, you're going to raid and run. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping in by. Glad to hear that you had a fun, if bittersweet stream. I'll catch you around. McGee's back. Welcome in. You left for Rich for a while. I'm not hurt at all, McGee. I'm not hurt at all. I mean, it was the finale of the series. I mean, even if it wasn't the finale of the series, going over to watch Rich is a very, very fine choice for any evening of the week. Such a lovely man, such a fine moustache. I am jealous of how good that moustache is. Right, we should have probably paid some attention to this game in the second half and made some substitutions. We haven't, and it's still 0-0, which is absolutely fine. We do seem to have played a lot better, but we haven't quite found the extra touch here. But Nuremberg ascends. It had to be. It had to be.
Davy, come on,
That is the answer. Can you maybe a striker when you score for Darmstadt? Davy Selke. Davy Selke. Goal number 11 for the season. It's his last ever game for the club. What a moment. What a beautiful moment as we look to make some changes. Those changes are going to include the introduction of Tim Uda. Let's bring on Garida. Let's bring on... Who can come on for Bonch? Screw it, we're going with Phil McCracken. We're going to swap these guys around here. And that will leave us with one substitution to make. And that last substitution is going to be Davy Selke. We are going to bring him off. The game might not show him getting a standing ovation as he says farewell to the team. But he needs that moment, because in real life, I'm sure he would. As Hu Yin tries sending it forwards. I did see that Nick asked, isn't Hu Yin a new gen? He is indeed. A player we signed in January. So his contract was expiring at the end of the season. And so we got him on a pre-contract and then agreed a new deal. Here comes Kaspari. Dina Abimbe. Good on him. Good on you, Dina. You knew that this was that Selke's last game, and you couldn't ruin that for him. He's got to score the winner in this game. And you understood. You understood the assignment. So there we go. Last few moments. If it's come up, I haven't noticed what's going on in the Leipzig game. So there is a small chance that we are up into 6th. A deserved win, I reckon. A deserved win. And for the last time this season.
Win for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
For clarification, the fucking league we're going to win is the Conference League next season. Well, hey, awesome. Davy Selke, it had to be. Oh, you gotta love that. You gotta love that. As we do this, we will find out. How did Leipzig get on? Boo! Oh, they went 2-0 up inside 10 minutes. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. It's like the last game of last season where we could have finished top of the league, but Hamburg went out and won 74-0 or something. Ah, disgraceful. Give us something to latch onto for the last game of the season. You bastards. 60 points is incredible. 60 points is ridiculous. How about that then? How about that? Selke bids farewell to Darmstadt, scores the winner. Kenneth Schmidt is out for the off-season. Oh. Okay, so there was actually 8. There ended up being... No. Neither Leverkusen nor Munich will be taking a Europa League place via the DFB Pokal. The place will be instead taken by the next eligible Bundesliga team. Or is that why we got it for being in 7th? It's just showed up much earlier on in the season. We only get the news article now. Either way, great stuff. It's 11. It's heaven for Davy Selke. It is indeed. What a man. Oh my God, the Out of Time singing with the Selke song. It's not out of time. It is perfectly in sync on my end. Not my fault. So you could nickname Hu Yin. You absolutely could. You absolutely
it's
could.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Lestry. What an absolute gentleman you are. That is 10. 10. gift subscriptions. That is to N1CBE, to Zemgia, to Alexis, to Salis, to Euthaka, to Imk, to Shrunaldo, to Welsh Minor 10, to Jordan Millie, and to Guanzo. You are an absolute gentleman. Absolutely incredible. It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. It is the statistics. It's the general all-round awesomeness. How absolutely incredible. How do you measure? You don't measure. You don't measure. That's the thing. Right. So let's move on here, and where we go. Need a lyric drop so I can sing along. It's what are the lyrics to Rhythm is a Dancer? It is winning is for Darmstadt. Spam the goal emote chat. We can do it. You can feel it every week. Muster Dorks rejoices. Something. Rejoices me. Free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league. You only need to know the last line there. You only need to know the last. So how many is that today? 25 plus subs. What a day. I have no idea. There was 10 from Leicester. Absolutely incredible. There was one from Zerachul to Crudmo. That's 11. Jabbits came in with one. With his prime as well. Bill Houdini as well. That's 13. 5 from Adam. 5 from Lukmar. 5 from DM. Bassist. That's like 30. That is like 30 today. You guys are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You are a star. Just put it on, knobhead. Okay.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the goal in motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Benji, you absolute gentleman. Subscribing with the Prime as well. You get one of them. You've chosen to use it here. I really, really appreciate you, my dude. Thank you very much. That is incredible. So there we are. The end of the season. We are in the Conference League. That is the fucking league we're gonna win. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely. We've got the finish. We finished 12 points clear of 8th in the end. There was a clear gap. We were only 7 points off 3rd. It's gonna be a much harder proposition next season. I think teams might start to take us a little bit more seriously. Do we get our budget straight away? That's the wrong button. We don't know what our budget's going to be for next season. We know that the minimum is 4.3. We got our 60 million though there. So, whilst I remember,
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
which, bless you, sir, have to give subscription to Pillow2112. What a star. What a star. Thank you very much. Now I see that Lestri he hasn't just said, he hasn't asked politely for us to play it again. He has demanded, and demand he shall get.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
See, this is the problem though. Now I'm going to keep on replaying.
Spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Okay, no, I've had enough of that now. I think if I replayed that a third time, I might go insane. Right, we've asked the board for more details there. Let's have a look. Let's do a quick run through of the squad. Not going to go into full detail now. We've been going for a few hours, but let's have a general recap. Sahinovic in goal, only just beats out his XG expected there, so minimal, but I think he's been brilliant, made some huge contributions. Just had 3 very bad games. Thank you for the hydrate. In fact, it is worth refilling. The main reason why I do cans is because I can leave it under the desk, and that's really easy to get hold of. Ladislav says going insane is the best. It's certainly a choice. It is certainly a choice. But yeah, I've been really pleased with Sahinovic. Came in, conceded 38 goals in 36 games. That's pretty solid, especially for a team of our stature. Incredible. Benji said, been following on YouTube for the past couple of months. Really enjoyed the content, especially the tactical replications. I'm glad to hear you enjoy it. Thank you very much, and welcome on in, my dude. Wimmer, we signed him in January after Avila left. Wins his tackles, wins his headers, generally quite safe from the ball. Solid. I wouldn't necessarily say spectacular. I think we can potentially do better, but he's 6'7" and he's been all right for us. Raphael Schifferl is almost identical. Slightly lower tackle win rate, slightly less safe on the ball, but considerably more progressive there. So you kind of take that, kind of accept that as a trade-off. More progressive, you're going to take a little bit more risk. But he's been okay. He's been pretty good. I'm being happy with Schifferl. My feeling about both of them is kind of around the same. Good. I wouldn't be adverse to replacing them if the opportunity comes up. Tubeck didn't play enough minutes, still can't win his headers. I think he's going to be sold in the summer. Mawsond mainly played as a defensive midfielder in the end, where he couldn't win his tackles or his headers. Okay, maybe Mawsond's going to be going as well. That's really bad. Right, Schmidt at centre-back. Lowest tackle win rate of the lot. Headers is good, though still we've got good ball safety. Reasonable ball progression there as well. We've got a hype chest. Let's open that before it runs out. There we go. Touch of salt. Touch of salt, whatever that means. There's an emote. Yeah, Kenneth Schmidt dribbling, being a goal threat as well. I've been pleased with Schmidt. I think he's good. We originally signed him to be the central one. Had to shift out to the left once Avila was sold. Yeah, he's solid. Right backs now. Anton Guy only played 500 minutes. He has been injured every minute of every day, just non-stop. I think he needs to go. Rashidi, coming into the last year of his contract, really creative. That's brilliant. That none of them I think are from set pieces. So 10 open play assists is amazing. 4 goals is pretty damn good as well. I'm very happy there. Hu Yin, he's looked all right for a youngster. I think we can work with that. Tim Muller at left wing back, 1,200 minutes. Again, pretty solid. 80% tackle win rate, creative, dribbly, pressures. He's doing all right. But again, had a few injuries throughout the course of the season that meant that we were playing Nürnberger there a lot. 19 games. Brooks played 5 games out there. Got a goal and an assist, but also a red card. Hard to properly assess these two because they did play so many positions. But they both won tackles. Brooks came up with some important goals. I'm happy with him. Bamba came up with some goals at the end of the season, which makes a slight difference to my assessment. No, it doesn't. His tackle win rate isn't good. Header win rate's dropped a little bit. He loses the ball a lot, and he's not necessarily the most attacking. I think he goes as well, unfortunately, over the summer. So Rich's Barcelona side is 5-0 up on 28 minutes. Why don't the other teams do anything about us? There you go. That's fair. That's fair. Any goalkeeper appearances for Mawsond? Ask Ladislav, I'm a massive fan. Unfortunately not. Rich Sun says Real Madrid, it's retro, has unbalanced side and doing nothing about it. I mean, isn't that kind of Real Madrid in real life back then as well? Just amass all the talent, put them out on the pitch, let them sort it out. And Bama looks freaking scary. He's got that is one hell of a stare. He is looking deep into your soul. So Nick, you can't claim the Hu Yin nickname. You can't on this stream, I'm afraid. The
the claim the nicknames have been used up. There is a limit per stream, but come the next stream, you'll be able to. It's just about getting in there first. Garrido's been wank. Garrido has been wank. He's a goner. I'm getting rid of a lot of players from the sound of things. Bonch, not enough minutes. 292. We can't judge on. Nathan Skitter. 5 goals and 6 assists as a striker. I think that we have found his role in the team, and when he plays up front, he's been quite good for us. But because he's played also 12 games as an attacking midfielder, he's kind of stuck in this weird place between. Yeah, I'm happy with Skitter. Clinson played better as we got towards the end of the season, and we used him as the playmaker behind 2 strikers. So in that single role, rather than on the side of the on the double role. So Clinton, I think we might have a player in there, even though the beginning of the season wasn't great. Roman Essa, all his goals came from behind the striker. I don't think we keep both of them. Essa is wanted by Fulham. We might be able to get some big money as well for Essa. He's got a 20 million release clause for teams in the Champions League. If Fulham are in the Champions League, then maybe not so much. But otherwise, yeah, it's I imagine Premier League team, we could probably get that up close to around 30 million if we're lucky. So the Quez asked, what's my reasoning behind Garrido being shit? So Garrido doesn't pressure. He doesn't win possession. So he does nothing for us defensively, ultimately. When he's on the ball, he loses it a lot. Yes, he is progressive, but he's not creative. So there's a lot of risk involved in his passing without any reward. So that's why Garrido is shit. Forkel didn't play enough. Davis didn't play enough. Sims played 783 minutes, which is probably a bit on the low side. 6 goals, 5.4 XG. Good. Artem Stefanov didn't play enough. Davy Selke, 47% header win rate, 0.47 goals from 0.34 XG, 11 goals. 11 goals to be our top scorer for the season. What a legend. What a legend Davy Selke is. Forkel more or less did Forkel. He did indeed. Who hell he for Hu Yin? Indeed. I mean, we are getting a little bit on the realms of questionable. I mean, that is very, very 70s humour, I think would be the politest way I said of it, of taking a Chinese name and making a joke about it sounding like an English word. So veer on I mean, I'm allowing filth. I'm allowing bad euphemisms, but just, yeah, maybe be a bit considerate about how that could come across. Boo, says Nick. I know. The King of Darmstadt, the Prince of Europe. Has he made it to favoured personnel? That is a good question. He has not. Brian Hine has. Elias Sard has. No, unfortunately, Davy Selke in just 18 months couldn't make it onto that list. How does he feel though? He's a supporter of Hoffenheim. He doesn't like. He likes us though. He likes us. There we go. That's something. And hopefully now we can. He's studying for his B team license. We can maybe see if we can get him in as a coach somewhere within the setup, which would be nice. We don't have staffing spots for him, but we do have reserve team spots. We don't have a manager for the reserve team, so maybe. But I want to wait until his contract is closer to expiring before offering that, because I tend to find that they ask for wages closer to their playing wages if I ask before like the last week or so. So we are going to be offering him a role, but we don't. So, oh come on, you were banging on about some dick earlier. Yes, there is a clear difference there.
Lick me pick will do then. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Tough. Deal with it. So the Krez has the same issue currently in his tactic. His DMs have high progressive passes, but very little expected assists. Player 3-4-2-1. Don't know if I should be worried. I say, like, progressive passes is absolutely fine without the expected assists if other players are the creative ones. But it's that combination of not contributing defensively and losing the ball a lot that is more of an issue there. Lestry suggested he's an arse man. Crudmo prefers boobs, but why not both? Fair indeed. Right, Rich says, I won the UCL with Sunderland in modern day. Didn't think I'd ever go to Icon. Incredible. Congratulations, Rick. Beautiful work. And Rex is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? I hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of bad news for you, Rex. The good news comes first. The good news is we're going to be in Europe next season. We made it. We finished in 7th. 60 points, 1 point behind Leipzig, 3 behind Stuttgart. We are European caliber. The bad news is the season's over. And this is where we're going to end the stream. This was our first season in the Bundesliga. Exactly. You are indeed 100% right. It's incredible. I genuinely can't believe it. When the idea that we were going to... People were floating the idea that we were going to push for Europe, and I was like, no. There's no chance we're getting Europe. And here we are. We sit there. Well, that means that we've got to plan. We've got to plan hard, and that's going to be what's going to happen in the next stream. Sherbs, welcome in, by the way, over on YouTube. I'm afraid to say we're just about to finish. And because we're just about to finish, I'm going to do something for Lestry, as he has asked.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard also rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Boom. On that note, YouTube, I'm leaving you guys first. Thank you very much for coming along. There will be a stream tomorrow night with Tony Jameson. I need to firm up the details on whether it's going to be on both our channels or just his. I will let you know in due course over on Discord. So if you do want to find any information out, pop on over to the link that's appearing in chat now. And from after that, thank you very